I think I need a break. Don't care how long it takes. You know I hate the way you make me feel so dark. You really broke my heart. You opened up my scars. I think I need a break. Don't care how long it takes. You know I hate the way you make me feel so dark. You really broke my heart. You opened up my scars. I think I need a
It's like a glitch I can't control. Someone's fucking with my dough. Kind of voodoo shit, you know. You won't find me tongue-tied. No witness on my side. Harmonies when I cry. This stuff makes me nauseous. Losing what they taught us. Gotta tread real cautious. But I go back to default. I go back
God, we're live. For real this
Hi.
time.
That was so pretty.
Oh, I only caught the tail end of that, but that still looked cool.
Isn't it cool?
That was way cool.
I don't know. Mine is not wanting to do it. So it's like, okay.
Mitzer's already ready to post the words so that we are over 71,000. Those of you who have joined Track Bear to track, and Mitzer found out just how much Z writes. Was a little shocked.
Hey, Betzer, and I am sorry. That was me that like jumped it up and then jumped it back down. For whatever reason, when I was trying to submit some of my numbers, it was posting twice. So I had to fix that.
You know, accuracy.
Accuracy.
Yeah, I'm trying to be
Yes.
honest.
You know, not those inflated numbers of last year.
Hey, I wrote those words fair and square, and that wasn't even including stuff I wrote off.
I know. I know.
Yeah, that wasn't even the stuff included off screen. That was just on screen.
So, we're definitely Julie's been over here worried about when we're going to need to revisit the goal, and I'm like, let's worry about it when that happens. Hey, that's 199 more than we needed,
What do you mean?
or 201 more than we needed. Sorry.
I think Bitzer just put the number again.
Yep. So, as you can see from the page that you all are on or the app that you are on the Hold My Pen Promptcast. This is episode 2, season 3, and part of January, Fresh Ink, where we all write anonymously. Once again, as you may all already know, but for those watching this on the rebroadcast, please be aware that we have permission from the authors to read these stories out on screen. They belong to the authors, even though they are anonymous. We are keeping track of who submitted what, and the authors themselves know what they wrote. So our words are not to be stolen, used to train AI. Our voices are not meant to be trained AI in any capacity. We will send cease and desist letters. Thank you very much. So we've got a lot, y'all. 16 fucking submissions for week 2. Y'all did 15 last week. Now you've all done 16 this week. Holy fucking shit. It took us all year to reach 21 prompters last year who had submitted throughout the year. And by the end of January, I foresee us beating that number out of the water. So, yay fun. Just want to make sure that I'm not burning books because this is a candle right next to books. Ooh, that's hot. All right. Yeah, 16. That is now the newest record of number of submissions for an episode.
Predict next week will be the next record breaker.
Y'all just help us keep breaking records, and it's awesome sauce. And we also special shout out for all the work Bitzer K, aka Internutter, has done to promote us throughout other Twitch streams, other Discord servers. and bringing more people in to enjoy this very unique experience that we do. And also, very special thanks to Sticks, who has done a lot to help us on the back end with understanding how, when Char's not there for me to pick her brain, and Sticks has helped with the stream deck, if I can frickin' talk.
I'm fairly certain they know way more than I'm sure they've forgotten. They've probably forgotten more than I'll ever know. So they should be your first stop.
Right, but at the same time, I wouldn't even begin to know how to put the emojis in and create them or any of those things, and so you've got that handled. So very special thank you to CR McCormick, for handling that back end stuff for us. Uh, I did not have going to a book convention and working it on my 2025 bingo card. I did not have it, having a successful Promptcast to my name with my name as co-host next to it for 25 or 26. Um, and it's just mind-boggling. 4 years ago, my world exploded, and I was still acting like an introvert. So none of this was ever in my wildest dreams. So just a special thank you from me personally, and I'm sure everybody else is very thankful everything that you guys have done by showing up every week and giving us content, because we could have a show, but it would just be most of us just shooting the shit and possibly getting ourselves in trouble. But you guys give us good quality content.
Love Stick in the chat.
Sticks! No, I'm not going to stop being nice to you. I'm just not. I'm nice to everybody until they give me a reason not to be. Don't give me a reason not to be. How do you install a time machine in your compy tower? Out of everybody I have met in the last 6 months, if somebody's going to install a time machine in their computer tower, it would be Sticks.
I see that.
I can totally see that. Yes. Thank you, Ace. Yes, there was a whole conversation in the Discord earlier today about the mic muting, and you guys love my physical antics as much as you like my voice, and I do so appreciate that. Like, being told that you weren't gonna ever amount to anything and always be second fiddle to your brother just really does something on somebody's psyche, and the fact that you love me, you really love me, is just,
How could we not?
you'd be surprised.
No, no. But at the same time, how could we not?
I know. To answer Leon's question in the chat, what's my pronoun? My pronoun is late for dinner. Because most people will say, I don't care what you call me, just don't call me late for dinner. No, no, no. I'm going to own it. I'm late for dinner. In fact, my dinner is out on the stove. It's been ready for almost an hour. Definitely late for dinner. All right. Also wanted to let you know, when we say you can come to us for any issues, questions, submitting, how do I do this? You're going to be late. You don't just have to go to Julie, although Julie absolutely loves being able to help you. Uh, the thing is, the rest of us are here for you guys too. Julie's got a lot of stories she's got to write, and if she's fielding everything from the kiddo, the hubby, and us all the freaking time, Kesh has been has offered to sit there and go, how does this sound? You can go to cache 2. Conjugate late for dinner. Well, first and foremost, you keep typing diner. I just gotta tease you. You know, being the male French version of me, I gotta tease you. No, it's just late for dinner. Later for dinner.
Yes, she said you were French. We know this.
We know this. Late for dinner, late's for dinner, later for dinner. There's your conjugation. But yeah, the only thing that you can't ask me about is your submission for the week. But if you have questions about, you know, grammar, punctuation, anything else in anything else that you're writing, by all means, pick my brain. I'm fine with that. And we're not saying leave Julie alone. That's not what we're saying by any means. But can we not overwhelm the Julie? Because if I don't have the Julie, it'd be like not having the cash. I did that for 15 years. You not being nearby. Never want to do that again unless I am independently wealthy and can just get on a jet plane and get to wherever you are. Okay. There we go. I'm never gonna get away from that. He's gonna take that right to his grave.
Probably.
Yeah.
Just like you would with something.
You're not wrong.
Probably gonna take the tentacles to your grave.
That's what she said.
You're horrible.
And yet you love me.
Of course I do.
So, I'm jibber jabbering way too much. But I went on a Felix deep dive this morning that has me far more upset than I actually should be, and didn't fall asleep until 7 a.m. my local time. Julie ain't feeling so swift. Has an eye thing.
I'm bad at this guy.
Yeah, sty in the eye. So, you know, if you've ever had a sty in your eye, you know that that's painful, and it takes everything within your power not to put a fist through a wall
Yes.
or a one-eyed
And
blind asshole.
yeah. The one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater, which is thankfully at work today.
Yay.
Yay.
So
There's that.
if there's a couple extra camera turn-offs, understand that I am the only parent.
Yep, the only parent at the current moment. So what we've decided to do also is, because so many people were like, "Hey, I got it in, double check that I got it," you know, and you know, in the main chats, what we're actually going to do is take the 8 submissions that we are going to read out tonight. Julie's already got it set up to randomize which of those 8 we're going to read in order. Okay. Also want to make sure that if you need the prompt every Saturday night, I get them into a writing prompts channel into the season 3 2026 thread. Now, if you're working on a computer, all you got to do is locate the writing prompts channel, hover over it, and it should populate with that thread, or you can do see all. If you are missing some of the channels because they are less active, You can actually go into your server settings and change it to show all channels. That is a global setting that you can use. Now, on mobile devices, um, same kind of concept, but you can long press on the writing prompts channel and it will pop up and give you a menu. And on that menu is threads, and then go to select that, because essentially the constant reposting of uh, the prompts clutters everything up. On top of that, we do have the newsletter. So if you have not signed up for the newsletter, you can do that and also have it directly in your inbox. That also provides you a means to reply to the newsletter with your submission. That makes sure that it gets to the right email address, and less back end paperworky kind of shit for us. I'm also seeing a bit of lag. How are we doing out in Twitch land, chatters? Okay. Yep. That's what I thought. Okay. So France has very little lag. Australia is having me drop out on them.
Over here, I've got a little bit of lag, but not much.
Yeah, I'm a little laggy on mine, but I was talking it up
Okay. So we covered newsletter. We covered give Julie a break. You can come to other people. Don't avoid Julie. I want to reiterate, do not avoid the Julie. But let's not overstimmy the Julie, because the Izzy needs the Julie.
Yeah,
Understand?
because it looks like when they just come up with one random, "Hey, I've got an idea," that Disney doesn't roll her eyes at. I don't think that Izzy's gonna function.
Mm, no, definitely not.
But to kick this off right, uh, everybody, you get your hankies. I don't know if we have a hanky warning tonight, but it's never a bad thing to have it. Uh, do you have your snack? You have your emotional support streaming thing. Uh, if you got everything, and I think this is a good time to roll and see who's going to be up first.
Yep. Yip, 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 yip,
Oh,
yip, yip.
and we got a little bit of sound effects. I don't know if it'll come through, but
I hear it, but I know what to listen for.
Submitter 3.
Submitter 3. All right. Ooh, there's a redacted section. Okay, make sure that I'm not. Aha, okay. The redacted is actually redacted on my screen. It's very. So we will not be reading that portion out of it. On top of that, that is over the 2,500. All right, everybody ready? The shape of truth. Night settled slowly over the land, drawing long shadows between the trees as Kiara searched for a place to rest. The farther she walked from the road, the quieter the forest became. No voices, no lamps, only the soft whisper of leaves and the distant call of something nocturnal waking. She moved carefully, eyes scanning the darkened woods for a tree old enough to watch, strong enough to shelter. Her legs ached, hunger pressed low and constant, but she had learned to endure that. It was the emptiness behind her ribs, the absence of home that hurt most. At last, she stopped beneath a broad oak whose branches twisted low, one limb bent and hollowed as though shaped by time itself. The bark was scarred, weathered, alive. She laid her palm against it. Sweet angel oak, she whispered, voice barely more than breath. Please pardon my trespass. May I ask for the safety of your watch, the protection of your mighty branches? The tree did not answer, but neither did it refuse. Kiara climbed into the crook of the low limb, surprised by how naturally it cradled her. The curve fit her spine as though it had been waiting. Wood warm beneath her despite the cooling air. Exhaustion claimed her quickly. Her eyes grew heavy, and sleep found her before fear could follow. From deeper within the forest, Finn emerged. He did not step so much as shift, awareness traveling along root and limb until he stood watch over the sleeping girl. Her breathing was shallow. Her body bore the cost of too many days spent giving without rest, of tending wounds that were never allowed to fully heal. Quietly, carefully, he worked the old woodland magic. No spectacle, no claim, just whispered incantations pressed into bark and leaf, urging warmth back into stiff muscles, sealing torn skin, easing pain that had settled too deep. The forest accepted the work without protest. The night passed faster than Finn wished. Morning filtered in as a thinning of shadow rather than light, mist lifting slowly from the ground, dew clinging to bark and leaf. No, bark and fern. Mm. Kiara stirred from where she had made her shelter. Surprisingly, her body was not stiff and sore. Her body would normally be protesting the hard earth and colder night. Her only pain was the deep hunger pressed low and constant, but it no longer frightened her. Hunger was familiar. Rejection was not. Dawn's light crept slowly through the canopy. Nature started to stir as the forest did not wake because it had never truly slept. Life flowed through root and sapling alike, old trees humming with memory as morning filtered in, not as brightness, but as a thinning of shadow. Mist lifted from the ground, dew clung to bark and fern. Kiara woke with a gasp. She bolted upright, heart slamming so hard it stole her breath, hands flying to her chest as though she expected to find blood there. Cold air burned her lungs. For one wild moment, she could not remember where she was, only the echo of judgment, the sound of her sister's voice, the weight of being cast out. She scrambled from the oak's embrace. Something's wrong. Not only physically, but mentally, she was on alert. Her eyes darted around, looking for the danger she let in her heart. Her body felt wrong, like a trespasser in a stranger's home. She checked herself frantically. Her hands, last night blistered and raw, were smooth, unbroken. The ache that should have lived deep in her joints was gone, replaced by a strange, humming lightness beneath her skin. No, she whispered. No, no, this isn't right. She pressed her fingers hard into her palm. It didn't hurt. Her breath came shallow. This isn't right. Panic took hold. She turned and ran. Branches caught at her cloak as she fled blindly through the trees, breath tearing from her throat. She didn't know where she was going, only that she needed distance, proof, escape. Then her foot caught. A root surged up beneath her step, one that hadn't been there a moment before. Kiara pitched forward with a cry, arms flailing, and did not hit the ground. Strong, steady hands caught her shoulders, easing her upright before she could fall. Leaves and dirt were brushed gently from her cloak, careful, almost reverent, as though the act itself mattered. She froze. Easy, a low voice said. You're not being chased. Her heart hammered as she staggered back. I I didn't know this was someone's land, she cried. I swear I wasn't trying to steal anything. I was just running. I was trying to escape. The words spilled out, raw and broken. My sister, she only cares for power, for money. She destroyed the grove and blamed me for it. Took everything. I was stripped of my place, my home, banished like rot. Tears blurred her vision. I didn't know where else to go. She finally looked up. Finn stood before her fully now, tall and handsome. His green eyes shined while his hair was a soft brown. The way his smile reached his eyes caused Kiara to pause and catch her breath. His presence filled the space without pressing it, like the stillness before rain. I watch this land, he said calmly. Few ever come this far. Fewer still care for what they do not own. He leaned his muscular body against the trunk of a nearby tree. She swallowed hard. Then I'll leave. She lowered her head, but not before he was able to see her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. No, he said, not harshly, but with quiet certainty. Her breath caught as she looked up to meet his caring gaze. Warmth started to pool in her belly as her nervousness caused her to bite her lower lip. You may stay, Finn continued, if you are willing to help care for the trees, the water, the wounded places. It is a lot of work for one person to do all on their own. Hope flickered, fragile and dangerous, but there are rules, he added. She nodded quickly. I have cared for groves before. What does the landowner desire? No one else may live here, he said. No fires without need, no iron raised in anger. This land is not to be claimed, only kept. Finn's voice was thick like honey, causing Kiara to shake her head to clear her thoughts. I understand, she whispered. For a moment, neither of them moved. Something unspoken lingered in the space between them. Not desire, not trust, but recognition. A pull neither of them named. Not yet. Finn stepped back, giving her space. Rest, he said. The forest has already chosen to listen. Kiara nodded, still trembling, but standing. For the first time since exile had driven her from the road, she did not feel entirely alone. The forest breathed while Kiara stayed. Morning stretched slowly into day. Light filtered through the canopy in pale ribbons, warming bark and stone. Kiara moved carefully through the grove, mindful of every step, every sound. Finn's rules, Finn's rules echoed softly in her mind, not as threat, but as weight. No one else may live here. This land is not to be claimed, only kept. She repeated them like a prayer as she worked. She gathered fallen branches and stacked them neatly away from living roots. She checked the young ash near the stream, packing fresh soil where the earth had loosened overnight. When hunger pressed, she picked apples sparingly, only the wind-fallen ones, as she always had, bruised, but sweet enough if eaten slowly. It felt right. While moving about the trees, she no longer felt fragile, or like she was a temporary visitor. She felt like she was at home, a place she could see herself growing old. She was rinsing dirt from her hands in the stream when voices reached her. Not voices, one voice. Thin, reedy, human. Please, it called faintly. Just a few. I won't take much. Kiara stiffened. She rose slowly and followed the sound to the grove's edge. An old woman stood just beyond the first line of trees, wrapped in layers of frayed cloth, hair like smoke around her face. Her eyes were sharp despite her bent frame, fixed hungrily on the apple trees within the grove. Well, now, the woman said, spotting Kiara. Didn't expect anyone guarding the bounty. While she put the apples she just plucked into a full basket of apples. This isn't a village orchard, Kiara said carefully. You shouldn't come in. The woman laughed, dry and humorless. Girl, I've walked 3 roads hungry today. You think roots and branches care where my feet land? These trees are weighed down by fruit. No man, let alone a child like you, can tell me not to pick the fruit. I see no landowner. I see no claim. She took a step forward. The forest tightened. The branches of the trees swayed in warning that no one seemed to pick up. Kiara felt it before she saw it, the subtle shift of leaves, the way the air grew heavier, watchful. Finn was not visible, but his presence pressed low and steady like a held breath. I can bring you apples, Kiara said quickly. Just wait here. The woman's gaze flicked to the trees, calculating. Why should I wait when they're right there? She moved again, hand already reaching. Kiara's heart lurched. No one else may live here. She stepped between the woman and the grove without thinking. Please, if one was taking just for yourself, I'll gather what you need. But it seems you have not only filled 1 basket, but 2? For myself? The woman scoffed. You think I'm the only one starving? Her eyes narrowed. There's coin in fruit like this. Soft folk in the villages will trade for sweetness. She took another step. The ground shifted. A root surfaced beneath the woman's foot, subtle but deliberate. She stumbled, cursing, grabbing at a branch to steady herself. What in the... That's enough, Kiara said, voice shaking but firm. The woman stared at her now, truly looking. You're no beggar, she said slowly. You stand like someone with permission. Kiara swallowed. I don't own this land. No, the woman agreed, lips curling. But you speak for it. Silence stretched. The woman's eyes hardened. Then you'd turn me away hungry. The words cut deep, too deep. Kiara's hands clenched at her sides. No, she said. I'll give you food, but you cannot come farther, nor ever come here again. How generous, the woman sneered. On your terms. That explains more than you intended. Kiara narrowed her eyes as she crossed her arms, glaring at the older woman. She spat into the dirt and turned away, muttering curses as she went, hauling only 1 basket off, leaving the other behind. Kiara stood frozen long after the sound of her steps faded. Then the forest exhaled. You nearly broke the rule, Finn said quietly, emerging from the shade of an oak. She flinched. I know. You wanted to let her in. Yes. And yet you didn't. Kiara's shoulders sagged. I wanted to give her everything. The trees, the safety. But she would have taken more than she needed. It was clear how she stuffed 2 baskets before I knew she was even here. Then when I denied her, she left a basket that will now go to waste. Finn studied her. And if she returned with others? She would strip this place bare. Yes. Kiara closed her eyes. I hate that choosing the land feels like choosing against people. Finn stepped closer, not touching, but near enough that she felt the warmth of him. That is the trial, he said. Balance is not mercy without limit. It is care with boundaries. She nodded slowly. Then I failed. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. No, Finn replied. You stood. Kiara opened her eyes. Beyond the grove, the road lay empty, but no longer quiet. The forest remembered the woman's footsteps, and so did Kiara. Kiara lingered at the grove's edge long after the old woman disappeared down the road. The forest had stilled again, but it was no longer at ease. Leaves whispered where there was no wind. Roots pressed subtly against stone. She turned back toward the trees, breath tight in her chest. Only a few steps in, something shifted beside her. A hand reached around the broad trunk of an oak, not grabbing her, but offering. Finn stood half hidden by the tree, his expression unreadable. In his hand was a staff, newly drawn from the hollow of the trunk itself. The wood was smooth where it should have been rough, etched faintly with living grain that pulsed once when Kiara touched it. For you, he said. She stared at it. I don't know how to. You know how to stand, Finn replied. The rest follows. She wrapped her fingers around the staff. It was warm, balanced, as if it already knew her grip. I have things to look into, Finn continued, gaze turning toward the road. That woman was not acting alone. I feel it in the roots. This is not the only intruder in my woods. A chill slid down Kiara's spine. Then what do I do? Finn's eyes met hers. If she returns, you do not yield ground. You do not strike unless you must, but you do not retreat. She nodded once. The forest shifted and then stilled. She turned her head, then back. Finn was gone. The woman returned before the sun reached its height. Kiara heard them first, two steps of footsteps this time, careless and loud. She moved quietly through the trees, staff held low but ready. Every lesson the forest had never taught her suddenly understood. The old woman stood just beyond the grove again. This time she was not alone. A young man loomed beside her, broad-shouldered, wearing the colors of the nearby estate. A short blade hung at his belt, not drawn but displayed. His eyes swept the trees with open disdain. There, the woman said, pointing. That's the place. The man snorted. Told you. No one just wanders into land like this. It's ripe for the picking. We keep this quiet, we can keep coming back. Think of all the money we can make off of someone else's work. He stepped forward. Kiara did not announce herself. She moved. The staff swung in a clean arc, striking the man squarely between the shoulders. The impact knocked the breath from him, sending him stumbling forward with a curse. He spun, hand flying toward his weapon. I told her, Kiara said, voice steady, despite the hammering of her heart. She was not allowed to just take. The landowner does not wish to be robbed. This land is not his, he said coldly. There's so much more that is redacted that I would love to frickin' read, but it is redacted. Dun dun dun. Yeah, Julie, I know. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
How much more is redacted?
I think it's a little over. I think if we're on the right one, they submitted like 3,500 words, but
31. 31.
31.
And what I read was one word shy of the limit. So that's where it's leaving. Yo. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to feel about that. I don't at all. Should I spin now?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Was that a yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Spin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Submitter 2.
Submitter number 2. Well, that was quite helpful. In the body of the email, this person says, "By the way, I was anonymous number 2, keeping track of their own number for us." Very nice. Oh boy. Oh. It was Frederick's job to get a layout of the hideout. He was the most welcome face among the 4 of them to infiltrate and gather intelligence. It was everyone else's job to find ways to enter unseen and sabotage anything they can reach. The first thing Frederick had noticed was the remnants of a Confederate uniform, the kind of people who clung to a lost cause because their belief in the wrong side of history was stronger than the hard truth. They all refused to admit that they had had their buttocks kicked. They'd easily shoot him for his predilections, but if he pretended to be a proper gentleman of upright blood and good breeding, they could pretend he belonged, at least until he ceased being of use to them. They pretended they were men of influence, of power, that their cause was righteous enough to rise again like their mythical South, that their Confederate dollars would once more be worth something. Detestable. Nevertheless, Frederick had pretended to be a gentleman of fine standing in England for some significant years. He had pretended to love his wife. He could pretend to have a similar philosophy to these people. So his answer was to be supremely British, observe everything, and draw attention if he happened to spot one of his fellows. Thus, he arrived at the camp in evening wear and sneered at everything. He was no longer a he, exactly. He was a one, as in, one expects the very best from one's hosts. Step 1. Make them feel inferior. One was informed that this was a luncheon appointment. He sniffed. You neglected to inform one that this was an alfresco affair. You want an affair? You get your ass to a bawdy house, drawled one of a more slovenly appearance than the rest. He really should have acquired a monocle to drop in feigned shock. Sir, he said, one is a gentleman, and therefore one's affairs are suitable only for establishments of benevolent repute. Curb your tongue, lest it find you an unfortunate end. Their captain arrived from the disorganized throng, attempting to be neater than the others and failing. At least he had a halfway decent hat, for all that the braiding was halfway falling off. You just ignore our Jeb. One too many mule kicks to the head, if in your understanding, sir. He's like to say things that'll get him hit in the head again. Jeb retreated to the campfire, irritably poking at the smoldering sticks with an iron rod. One supposes one must engineer success from the materials surrounding one in dire straits, allowed Frederick, a meaningful glare at Jeb. Even when such material is noticeably subpar. Have your men assemble, Colonel. Let me observe the rough clay with which we must work. Y'all heard the gentleman, yelled the Colonel. Form up. There were 28 of them, uniforms worn and patched with whatever they could grab, insignia stained with patinas of finger grease. Those few who had armaments had ones that showed considerable neglect. If any of them had any if any of them had an idea of what attention was, none of them were paying it. In the background, he could see Ronan and Hercules. working on the picket line. Miss Planch was barely visible at their ammunition dump, likely placing a fuse. Frederick sneered down his nose at the lot of them, detesting them with every fiber of his being, which was not an act. He idly wondered if he could get them to march towards the ammunition dump with the right amount of timing. Best remaining character. I see, he said. This explains more than you intended, Colonel. Your rough clay is far rougher than one was led to believe. You and your company must evidently work harder than Sisyphus himself in order to attain a fraction of the victory you dream of. Wait, who got syphilis? Asked Jeb.
I was in the middle of writing. I was mid-flow. I was midstream. That literally broke me out of my mid-thought. Oh my god.
Oh my Jesus. Now I know Frederick is effecting a British accent. I suck at those, just FYI, so I apologize. I can do southern accents. Get me and Julie going on any given day, and you'll just see how redneck we get.
Your Bodhi voice is still my favorite.
I do. I miss Bodhi. Who got syphilis? No, it was because Frederick mentioned Sisyphus.
Oh.
And Jeb being a Brit. Wait, who got syphilis? Asked Jeb.
Okay, I get it now.
Hercules was doing his best to quietly wrestle 20 horses. Frederick needed all eyes on him. The show must go on, so on with the show. Colonel, front and center. Frederick was going to need the local rot gut to wash the taste out of his mouth, but needs must, as the devil drove. He lifted the colonel's chin with one finger, grateful of the kid gloves between him and that disgusting man. Last night was barely worth this, love. And without warning, Frederick seized him and kissed the colonel in the fashion Francois. His dearest Arthur had taught him well how to overwhelm a man in apparent mutual affection and thusly ruin his reputation amongst more upright men. And speaking of upright men, Frederick gave the detestable colonel's men a very good look at a hand in a kid glove groping their commander's left buttock. What in the flying French Sam Hill? Said one of them. Frederick could hear the flames beginning to lick. He didn't have long now. He sent the colonel spinning towards Jeb and chirped, as they say in San Francisco, adios. He tipped his hat at them while they were still stunned and then ran like the devil was after him for the horse he'd rode in on. Mounting the beast only gave him a minor impediment in the family jewels. He could become fast friends with a cold mountain stream at a later hour. Frederick kicked the horse into a gallop mere moments before the Confederates' powder blew up, sending the only other remaining horse into panicked flight. If he survived, the colonel had perhaps 2 hours to realize that Frederick had just stolen his pocket watch. 20 horses joined the one Frederick rode. 3 of them bore his teammates in service to Emperor Norton. He smiled for Hercules as if to say, was I good? ¿Estás demente o solo estás caliente? Hercules demanded. Loco, gringo! Ronan was his usual stone-faced, stoic self, concentrating on riding bareback for the relative safety of their arranged meeting place. Miss Planch rode like she'd been racing horses her entire life instead of riding the waves as a privateer. Another blow struck against this country's traders. That part of the South would not be rising so quickly, if at all. It may be a victory for the emperor, but the man he was deeply in love with still thought he was crazy. Frederick didn't know if that was a step up from being an imbecile or not. Dun dun.
I don't know whether to feel elated or like I'm not a smart man, but I know what syphilis is.
I'm a sucker for when people put like historical real things in a historical context and make I'm a sucker for it wholeheartedly. And the fact that this is like a historical fiction adjacent set in there, and then on top of that doing the you know people of antiquity mentioned. It's just, it's. Mm,
The submitter did very well, but still, I think we all, if we were all drinking simultaneously, there would be things dripping.
what?
When you said when you said the line and then said, "Who's got syphilis?" We would have all been spitting.
Oh, if we had been drinking at that moment. Gotcha, gotcha.
Yes,
Okay.
I
I
know
love it.
context.
Context. I just, oh. I actually ran my TBR Busterland game today, and I have um, two that I still have to find that fit that um, prompt. But one of them is read a book that takes place in one of the American eras, and another one is read a book that has to do with military and war. I almost wish this was a published work so that I could do a twofer and read this.
Three birds, one stone. Okay, well, if nobody else has anything to say, you can go ahead and spit.
Oh, documancers in ad hell.
Sorry. Ooh, submitter number 17.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, give me just a second here. I'm doing the summaries as we go, so that way when we're all said and done. Okay. And this one is obviously by being a 17 when we only had 15 last week means that's new for the year. My heart raced as a deafening siren wailed across the city, chorused by a cacophony of screams and blaring vehicle horns. I stumbled as someone shoved past me, elbowing their way through the dense crowd. Don't touch me! I wanted to scream, Not that anyone would hear me over the chaos. I was working against the tide. Searching for your lost companion in the city mid evacuation was like trying to find a needle in a haystack during a hurricane. I wasn't even sure what was going on. I had been at the park with my buddy, a chocolate Labrador named Charlie, when the first siren sounded and an alert on my cell phone called for an evacuation of the city. It wasn't long after the frenzy began. 3 sharp booms startled Charlie before I could get his harness back on, and he bolted toward the street, which was sure to become crowded quickly. I called after him, using his recall word, but even the promise of a tasty treat could not win him back to my side. I squeezed through the crowd and caught sight of a brown tail just before it disappeared into an old office building through a broken window. I ran after him, jumping through the same entrance he'd found and taking the stairs 2 at a time. His claws clicked on the stairs above me as he continued to ascend. Adrenaline coursed through me, and although I would normally be exhausted by the second flight of stairs, I ignored any signs of fatigue and pushed on and on through more flights of stairs than I could even count. And when they ended, the landing opened up into an empty penthouse office suite. Charlie collapsed, likely from exhaustion, and I ran over, dropping to my knees to cradle him in my arms. You scared me. Please don't ever run off like that again. We have to go, buddy, I said. He looked back at me with the saddest eyes I'd ever seen and panted. I knew he'd not make it far as tired as he was. Okay, we can take a break here for a few minutes, but then we have to leave. I put his harness back on him before he had the energy to resist. A helicopter circled the building, and a man with a loudspeaker leaned out of the side, repeating the order to evacuate. Come, I said, giving the leash a little wiggle. Charlie groaned, but begrudgingly got up and followed me to the large windows. The people on the streets below looked like ants scurrying toward the boundary. Charlie and I watched from the penthouse as the city darkened 1 block at a time. I didn't want to go back down into the streets. Being an empath was hard enough. Just the energy of people in a room was enough to emotionally overwhelm me. Add in physical touch, and I might as well be burned alive, because that's what it felt like. Perhaps we'd be safe from whatever was happening in the city if we just stayed up here alone. If it were a storm, there would have been some weather warning beforehand. If it were some kind of illness spreading, we'd have better chances of not getting sick if we stayed away from other people. A million reasons for evacuation ran through my mind, and a million more reasons to stay right where I was combated them. Maybe we'll just wait until the streets die down and it's calmer out there. We'll be safe here until then. I curled up next to Charlie, wrapping his leash around my wrist twice. The fatigue from my recent chase up 20 flights of stairs finally won, and somehow, amid the screams, sirens, horns, and loudspeakers, I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was dark and quiet. Not a single light in the whole city shined. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight, rousing Charlie. I hadn't seen an elevator, but even if I had, there was no power. We'd have to go the same way we'd come, the stairs. I kept the flashlight on, more for Charlie than myself. He had no problem going up the stairs, but going down them was another story. His anxiety gave me anxiety as well, but I kept a steady pace and didn't rush him. The street was filled with abandoned vehicles, and I wondered why the people evacuated without their cars. Surely transportation would come in handy in the next town. Then I saw it, the first of many. At first, it looked like a dropped duffel bag, but when I got closer, I saw the shoes sticking out of the blanket. Charlie sniffed it and barked. I pulled the blanket back to see if the person was still breathing, but the pool of blood spilling from the bullet hole in the center of the man's forehead told me he probably wasn't. I covered him up again, shuddering from the grisly scene, and pulled Charlie away from the body. Come on, buddy, we should go. I didn't know why this man had been shot, but dread washed over me, and I squinted as I peered into the black void of the darkened city. My flashlight only shone so far, and it was barely enough to illuminate our path ahead by a couple of feet. I quickened our pace to a jog, trying my best not to trip over any debris or bodies left in the street. What the actual hell? I thought as we reached the city limit. How did they even get this here so quickly? I thought, staring up at the massive 12-foot concrete barrier that locked us into the city. Even if I could scale the wall, Charlie definitely couldn't. But surely the wall couldn't go on forever, could it? I turned left, following the boundary westward in a state of shock. How could they have walled off the entire city in a matter of hours? Perhaps they hadn't after all. For all I knew, they could have been working on this for months, and with as often as I left my neighborhood, I never would have known. Help! I screamed. Is there anyone out there? I'm trapped in here. Please? Hello? I continued following the wall, listening for people on the other side as I called out for someone. Anyone. Instead of panic, I felt rage as someone grabbed my arm. The emotion wasn't mine, it was theirs. The man spun me around and snarled in my face, eyes glowing red as he landed a punch to my gut. I doubled over, releasing Charlie's leash. The dog lunged at my attacker, knocking him to the ground. Suddenly, a gunshot went off, and with a squelch, the man under Charlie stirred no more. I angled my phone light down at him and saw the perfect, bullet-shaped hole in his forehead, just like the man in the street covered in a blanket. Are you crazy? A voice approached in the darkness and stopped at the edge of my life. Turn your light toward your face so I can see your eyes, his voice commanded. Not wanting to be the next gunshot victim, I complied. Okay, you're safe. I'm going to move closer now so you can see me. I aimed my light toward the man. He had a rifle strapped to his back and another one in his hands. The tool belt around his waist seemed heavy from how low it sat on his hips, and I could only assume he'd filled it with ammo. Thank you. You saved my life, I said. I'm Catalina, or just Cat. I extended my hand to the stranger, shining the light so he could see it. Nice to meet you, just Cat. I'm Theo. He took my hand and gave it a firm but quick shake before resuming his grip on his weapon. His brief touch flooded me with relief. The feelings I got from him were determination, survival, and bravery. Let's get out of here. It's not safe. And no more yelling unless you want to attract the attention of every psycho on this side of the wall. What's going on here? I asked, struggling to keep up with Theo's stride. I'm not sure. I worked nights and was asleep when the alert went out. I always turned my phone off at night, so I didn't get the memo until this evening. By that time, the walls were up and I was trapped. When I finally found a person to ask what was happening, they went crazy and attacked me. I was able to fight him off, but that encounter made me go back home for my guns. It's been one psycho after another since then. You're the first unaffected person I've seen, he replied. He led me to a house in one of the newer developments in the area. He took out a set of keys from his pocket and fumbled with the knob, feeling for the lock. I pointed my light on the door so he could see, and once he found the lock, he opened the door easily, and when he entered, flipped the light switch, and the room lit up. How do you have power? I asked as we entered, and he locked the door behind us. I have a generator in the basement. The fuel I have should last another day or so. We can try to get more tomorrow. I'd appreciate the help if you're willing. I looked at Charlie, who had already crossed the room and made himself comfy on the couch as if we owned the place. I'll help however I can. You saved my life after all. How did you make that shot in the dark, anyway? I asked, recalling how dangerously close his bullet was to hitting my dog, yet how perfectly in the middle of the man's head it was. This thing has a thermal scope, he said, patting his rifle. The heat signature illuminates the whole shape of a person or animal bright orange. I was a sniper in the army, so don't worry, I won't miss, even at night. Theo went to the fridge and rummaged inside for a drink. I expected him to pull out a beer, but instead he offered me a bottle of sweet tea and took another out for himself. I think that explains way more than you intended, I replied with a smile. I walked over to the couch and sat down beside Charlie. Theo joined us in the living room, but took a seat in the recliner next to the front door. I'd offer to let you watch television or listen to music, but I'm afraid the internet is down. Even the data on my cell phone is off. I looked at mine, and he was right. The data wasn't working, and I had 0 bars of service. It's like they don't want us to be able to call for help or let anyone know what happened here, he said. I didn't have to ask who they were. I already knew. they were probably the ones responsible for the wall. And if we were being honest, they were probably responsible for whatever happened to the man who tried to attack me, too. I sipped my tea, trying to think of what we could do next. I mean, obviously, we couldn't stay here forever. Food would run out eventually, fuel too, but the walls would remain until the government decided that everyone in this town was long dead. We needed an escape plan. Or plane. I have a crazy idea, I said. Dun, dun, dun.
That's a cliffhanger.
Oh.
Anybody else get Army of the Dead vibes?
I got Raccoon City vibes.
Okay, Raccoon City, but this one was strictly like the walls up and everything like that, where they walled off fucking Vegas.
I haven't seen that movie.
You're not a horror fan, so you wouldn't have seen it.
No.
But
yeah, I got Resident
that's what I
Evil or
matches this.
iZombie when Seattle was walled off in the final final season.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I do horror, just horror light, okay?
You know, they did. Technically, there was a whole fence around in Walking Dead when they barricaded themselves into prison.
Yeah.
I just stopped watching not long after that. So.
Holy shit.
But bravo.
Oh.
What I heard was very good.
Very good, slightly disturbing. Submitter, welcome to the show.
See, the horror light. I mean, y'all, I've said, I don't do horror, and, y'all are dragging me into horror, kicking and screaming. But some of my favorite movies are the Resident Evil movies, and I did quite much enjoy The Walking Dead. Not Fear the Walking Dead, though. I don't know what it was about their cinematography that just bugged me. But I love 28 Days Later, and I love 28 Weeks Later. I don't know that I will
Yeah.
watch 28 years or whatever the frick it is, because it apparently
I
changes
don't
everything.
know.
But what was it? Now suddenly I'm blanking on the number. Days of Night with Josh Hartnett.
30 Days a Night.
30 Days a Night. I like that stuff. And I could literally like envision this because we've seen but I'm wondering what it is because like glowing red eyes? Like what could that be? What's this world gonna introduce? Like, oh my
I don't really hope they continue into next week.
Oh, same. Same.
Okay, well, here we go. There's nothing. Oh. Submitter 12.
Ready. 12. Here we go.
I'm rather having fun with the wheel. I'm not even gonna lie about it.
There's a reason that I put my wish lists for books in the Wheel of Names and just use that to decide how I'm going to buy my next book or use my next Audible credit or love hearing it. Okay. Oh God. Love like you. Mia pinned the sweep of her hair back, staring in the mirror at the woman she hardly recognized. Her eyes were a soft chestnut brown, and her hair was the sort of rich brown that almost had an undertone of mauve. The artificial curls never held, but she liked the sweep at the ends that made her look elegant when she lacked any natural grace. Her room was quiet, but her mind screamed louder than the anxious beat of her heart. This must have been how everyone felt before a date with him: overwhelmed, excited, terrified. Ken had everything going for him, and to think he wanted to spend even a moment of his time with her was like a lightning strike. 100,000 volts shooting down her body, a tsunami of disbelief and thrill, and heartburn. The worst, most excruciating heartburn that handfuls of antacids couldn't come close to touching. I'm sorry. Time the fuck out. They've been best friends for years, and now suddenly we find out that she's been pining for him just as much as he's been pining for her. What the? Oh my God. These are the type of people that if I were friends with them, I would smash their heads together and go, get a grip, you like each other, go out on a date for God's sakes and quit making the rest of us fucking suffer. Okay. I'm better now.
By the way, we just got rid.
Yay, we got rated. Yay,
Yay!
sticks!
Hi.
Welcome in, welcome in. We are on anonymous submitter number 12. Yes, that was a mic on rant. It'll be fine, she whispered to herself, picking up her phone and checking it for the 100th time. Flirting with him was easy. It came second nature. After all, from the moment they'd met, her heart never completely slowed down when he was around. And he was entirely, to a fault, too kind and painfully oblivious. No other boy would have mistaken her compliments and teasing for anything less than what they were: overt flirting. Sometimes he reciprocated, but that led down a dead end road. Like a dog chasing a car, he wouldn't know what to do with it if he got it, evident by nonsense encapsulated in the most recent text. Mia opened her messages and read them back again. It's going to be a little chilly tonight. Make sure you bring something warm. Never mind, you can borrow my jacket. If you'd rather bring something for yourself, that would be sensible. What are you wearing other than the dress? Sorry, that came out wrong. I meant accessories. A jacket, maybe? I'll see you soon, darling. It's a big night. Friends to lovers slow burn. Just smash them together. Fucking get it over with. Sorry. Her lips dipped into a frown. She set her phone on the dresser and picked up the scarlet lipstick she loved. 6 texts in 10 minutes, Ken? And I thought I was nervous. The color looked almost wine against her fair skin, but it had a delicate, warming effect. She leaned on her arm, staring in the mirror in hopes it would make her reflection look more like how she intended. But that was the problem. She never looked good enough. Mia, she said to herself, if someone told you they didn't like your green spiky hair, she poked the mirror with her finger, you'd laugh because you know that isn't true. So what part of you believes you're not good enough so much that you can't laugh about how ridiculous that is? She frowned, then twisted her face into a scowl. You have a lot going for you. One of the youngest DGM technical engineers on staff, valedictorian. Twice! I got my dream job at 23, have my own place and a social life. That's pretty impressive. She stood up straight, smoothing down her dress and quietly muttering to herself about all her accomplishments. Despite how much she had, the one thing she lacked was a hype friend. Karen was supportive, always had been, but when it came to boosting her confidence, she was sweet. That was her strength. She wasn't the first phone call for powerful enthusiasm. No, if she needed hyped up, normally she called Ken. He was her best friend, her wingman, her hype king. He was everything and nothing at the same time. Without paying attention to the time, she grabbed her remote and clicked on her music system. If she couldn't have someone cheering her on, she would have to do it for herself. Nothing sent electricity through her half as much as some passionate rhythm and blues, something to really dance to. As if on a stage, her eyes shut and body absorbing every note, she twirled around. Every beat of the music matched the race of her heart. How many years had gone by fantasizing about this moment? A date, a real date with Ken Jacobs, the boy whose face she memorized while he quietly sat across from her studying every day after school. Just fuck already. The man who'd hugged her as if they'd never see each other again when she got on that plane. The one who had beamed with excitement when he saw her walking with the DGM executives to the boardroom to pitch the new devices. Ken, who had stared at her as though he didn't recognize her, as if he was somehow seeing her for the very first time on that beach years ago. And she looked at him and finally saw him too. He was just Ken. The excitement, the shine had worn off, and all that remained was just him, a man who'd had her heart long before she ever had his, and the most she ever had of it was one date, tonight, for the sake of warding off Jojo the clown of an ex-girlfriend. Mia stopped, her arms falling to her sides. What did he ever see in Joanna anyway? She was too old for him, too skinny, too fake with her extensions and stick-on lashes, too superficial and expensive. No one needed that many designer anything. And above all else, too crazy for her own good. Mia sat on the edge of her bed, slipped on her shoes, which were remarkably uncomfortable and too tall for convenience, and fastened the buckles around her ankles. It wasn't a bad look. Her sister was right to loan them to her. Sabrina always had better taste in fashion. Even Karen went to her for tips, and Karen was the princess of the high-end side of the mall. Well, not entirely the princess, but she'd never leave the house mismatched or mistaken for anything less than put together. Mia, on the other hand, had the habit of putting function above fashion. It wasn't a good look, but it wasn't as if she was trying to impress anyone. At least that hadn't been the case until tonight. Her legs wobbled as she stood. Her balance was nothing short of unsteady. With a quick sweep down her dress, she sucked in an underwhelming breath and blew it out like snuffing her apprehensions. She was beautiful, competent, and strong. So why wasn't she confident? Why was she twisting into knots again? Mia groaned, buckling forward and gripping the sides of her stomach. More importantly, when was the last time she'd eaten anything? Maybe, she considered, she should eat something before they go out. Then she'd avoid looking like an absolute pig in public. Mia's face scrunched in disgust. He'd seen her eat an entire pizza and wings single-handed. What did he care if she ate their combined weight in breadsticks and appetizers if she was hungry?
Jesus, I went to get wood and I came back to chaos.
If I didn't know better, I'd feel singled out, called out, targeted. I know it's not about me. I know that deep in my fucking bones, but might as well be fucking.
Also, apparently we
And to
got
answer,
raided.
Yes, we got raided.
yes, Victorious. And you know what? Chaos is on brand for
Yes,
us.
yes.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm like, why is it? Just a little side note before we continue. But why is it that we as women feel it necessary to curb our appetite or the way we freaking act or anything to societal standards? It's like, look, when I go out with a dude, if I want the cheese dip, I will look at him straight in both of his eyes and say, "You're getting your own right because I'm not sharing."
Yeah, I can't wade into that conversation. I've never once curbed my appetite for anybody's sake. I will stuff
Me
my face with
either.
no hesitation.
Me either.
I've got
Exactly.
2
It's
chicken
like I
burgers.
ordered the big cheeseburger for a fucking reason.
I got 2 chicken burgers cooking on my stove right now that I'm about to eat.
Yep.
On camera. I don't care. I'm fucking hungry.
I mean, hell, R.L. Parker, like, as I would jump into the box on TikTok stream, everyone's like, bets on what she's stuffing into her face. Because I didn't care. I was always stuffing some kind of Angus burger or whatever into my face. I don't care. Right. Me, I've never cared, but I grew up on a farm, and like, in order to maintain my energy levels and in order to actually work, I needed to continue to eat, and I didn't give two shits
Same.
if somebody was sitting there going like, "Are you sure you're going to eat that?" Oh, the fact that my friends around me were like only picking at their salad, and I would finish my food and look at them and go, "You going to eat that?" Because if you're not, I'm going to. I never cared. And the fact that other women feel it necessary angers me to no end.
I've never been on,
Thank you,
and mind
doctor.
you, I can recall
Thanks,
all the way
doc.
back to the years, but I cannot recall one time that I've gone out on a date where I didn't order exactly what the fuck I wanted.
I've always
Mhm.
paid for my own meals on every single date I've gone on, so why the fuck wouldn't I get what I want?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's something to be proud of, Bitzer.
Definitely something to be proud of. Okay, real quick, I do show here that we have an incoming ad break, and I coughed, and now I've got a bit of a issue. So, real quick, intermission. I know we normally don't do that in the middle of a thing, but I need to go down into the basement to get more drink.
Does this mean we can use our new Be Right Back screen?
I mean, we can. We can. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So be right back in about 3, 4 minutes.
My burger should be done by then. Hey.
Okay, back to the story. Her stomach gurgled, then flipped. No, it wasn't hunger, it was nerves. She knew that. And why wouldn't she be nervous? This was a man she'd written several journals about, and when she'd stopped writing them, she'd tossed them all in a box she'd meant to throw out, but never got around to it, and now it lived under her bed. For about 3 solid seconds, a cold chill ran down her spine in a drip. What if he found out about all the pictures she had? Every saved note, all the love poems she never sent. Or worse, the countless confessions of her fear of ever admitting her feelings for him out loud. Her face saturated with a deep red. She covered her face and screamed into her palms, "No, I'm not going to mess this up!" That explains more than you intended. His voice came softly from the doorway. Mia snapped up, spinning around on her toes, peeking through her fingers with her mouth agape and eyes round. "Ken?" He thumbed over his shoulder, unbothered. The door was unlocked. She glanced toward the hall. That was a minor oversight she had not intended. Had he been any earlier, he would have seen her theatrics. Mia cleared her throat and forced composure. "You're early." He checked his phone. "It's 7:30. "Is it?" She blinked as if time had somehow skipped ahead of her. She stepped around to his side, peering over his arm at the display. Sure enough, he was exactly on time. She shouldn't have expected anything less. "Well," she said softly, gathered her hair off to the side, and as gracefully as she could manage, wobbled her way over to her jewelry box. "It's a good thing we have a little extra time then, I guess." "You wanted to make sure you looked good." She paused, her fingers delicately holding a thin gold chain, and looked over her shoulder at him. Ken smiled, his eyes quickly checking her over. "You look great, by the way." "Thank you," she said firmly, then returned to her box. She pinched open the clasp and brought the necklace to her collar. Before she could find the opposite ends, his fingers brushed along her skin and took the necklace, fastening it into place. His thumbs ran beneath the chain, settling it into place and sliding lightly along her collar in retreat to her shoulders. Her breath, full in her chest, held tight as his lips came against the edge of her ear and a light kiss pressed soft against the edge of her neck. "You look great, my dear," he repeated in a whisper. She swallowed hard. It was a real date for one night. There was nothing strange about this, about the feeling swelling up from a depth she had long thought was deep enough to drown any sort of pining she had left for him, because, after all, they were on a date tonight. A real date. A real date. "You're so old fashioned," she finally said, releasing her breath and turning around quickly. She reeled back, sharp and fast, finding him standing dangerously close. And perhaps he realized it too with how he leaned back, sliding his hands into his pockets and lowering his gaze to the floor. His hair fell around his face as if perhaps he was embarrassed, but when he looked back up, all she saw was humor and a glint of pride. He wasn't taking just anyone out on a date. He was taking her, his confidant, or his best friend, the woman he knew would absolutely punch Joanna in the face if she decided to do anything sketchy. "Oh," he quickly snapped into his usual casual manner. "I got you flowers, by the way. I put them in the vase in the kitchen." He thumbed over his shoulder, then turned around as if to make sure they were still there. When he came back around, his lips had pulled into an uncomfortable smile, like a child who knew he'd not actually impressed anyone. He really was oblivious. Mia smiled, grateful and a bit embarrassed. "That's really sweet, Ken. You didn't have to do that for one date." "Of course I did," he said plainly, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Why would I want to let my girlfriend's flowers die? I mean," he looked back again as if confirming the flowers were still there. I picked out your favorites, daisies and peonies. Mia's shoulders shook as she held back a laugh. Those were her favorites, but he'd missed the point entirely. He was putting in more effort than necessary for one night. Maybe she'd teased him too much in their texts, making it feel a little too real. I'm sure they're fine, but you really didn't have to get me flowers. Let's just go out and have a good night, all right? She stepped forward, wrapping her arm around his, and a look of approval twinkled in her eyes. You're really a hopeless romantic, aren't you? Only when I think of you, sweetheart. Careful, Ken. I might fall in love with you. I can only hope. He smiled, the thinly restrained laugh behind his words. You can dream, she said, patting his arm and then heading out of her room toward the foyer closet at the end of the hall. For a split second, she caught sight of what he considered flowers. It wasn't just flowers. It was a full bouquet with all the fine decorative pieces like greenery, baby's breath, some forget me nots. He must have spent a small fortune on it. Mia shut her eyes, pinching the bridge of her nose. She definitely overdid it, and he was trying too hard. Of course, there was no easy way of telling him that she would have gone on a date with him for no reason other than to go on a date if he'd just asked. The excessive embellishments were superfluous. For a moment, she paused at the closet, her hand resting on the knob. A thought raced through her mind, and before she could stop it, it fell straight out of her mouth. If Joanna sees us, do you really think she'll believe we are dating? Why wouldn't she? He walked slowly down the hall, a swagger of confidence she'd come to realize over the years was more practiced than authentic. We're going to be on a date. Yes, Ken, but will she really believe we're dating? She looked over at him, her brow crumpled with concern. We've been friends for a long time. She knows that. I think it's going to be, I think she's going to be able to see through the charade. It's not a charade, he said quietly, stepping close by her side. His fingers slipped under her chin and lifted her face, examining her expression. You're my girlfriend, and we are going on a date tonight. Right now. Mia's gaze followed from the deep blue of his eyes down the angles of his face and the narrow of his nose to his lips. Her breath caught somewhere between what she thought she wanted to say and what she was capable of saying. Ken, tonight, he whispered, leaning closer, the tips of their nose brushing past each other. You're my girlfriend. That's all that matters. Just fucking say I like you. Like I actually like you. Like, oh god, I overdid it. And he's like, oh my god, will she ever believe me? I missed my chance. And she's just like, oh, I really actually pine for him, but this can't be real. What the I'm pinching the bridge of my nose because good god, why can't people be fucking honest? It's so cute. It is not cute, William. They're in love! But they're not being fucking honest about it! But they're in love!
Honesty in this economy. That would be the only thing we can afford in this economy.
Ow.
You swoon, you sigh, why do you sigh?
I mean, when your ex is a psychopath, yeah.
Just, just, just.
I'm sorry, but the song from Little Mermaid is playing in my head of just kiss the girl.
Right? Well, William's over here singing the fates from Hercules. I won't say I'm in love. Like,
All right. On to the next one.
Spin! Before I lose. I mean, yes, it was cute. It was frustratingly, annoyingly
Whoever the
cute.
hell you are, anonymous person.
Number
Get
11.
up.
What, Julie?
Number 11.
Oh, Acheron's a Disney fan.
Sticks?
Yeah. Six? Is that
Yeah. So that way we don't all butcher it.
okay.
He goes, just call me Sticks.
Okay. Okay, Stick.
Yeah, God. Swear to God, Sticks might as well be a younger brother that I never had. Like,
Uncle?
you have enough adopted aunts and uncles. Stop.
What's one more?
What's
Mama,
one
we
more?
want more.
No. Good. Okay, I know who Dad is. Let me get that open.
Oh, well, thank God he knows who Dad is.
Okay. Here we go. Spiders of the mind. Life isn't fair, she told herself, her heart beat in her throat, her chest burning as she ran harder and faster than she thought she could, feet crashing through puddles, her face soaked in the torrential downpour. Georgia skidded to a halt around the corner, buckling over on her knees, sucking in the stream running from her nose and coughing it back out as she struggled to catch her breath. If she could manage to run a little farther, she'd be free. They wouldn't find her again. As her strength returned, voices came from the alley, then footsteps and the eager bark of a dog tight on a chain. Shit, she breathed, staring down the dark corridor. Not waiting around to find out who was coming her way, she took off down the street again and stripped away her outer layers. One glimpse of her jacket, and they'd know it was her. Stuffing it into the trash, she looked around with the sort of panic only ever seen in prey. Georgia stepped back from the bin, turned, and headed into the first store, still open in the small hours. The pharmacist looked up from his magazine, sighed, and then tucked it under the counter, making himself busy while she shuffled through the rows of shelves. Georgia glanced at him, then at the camera, and back to the merchandise. Her arms folded over her middle as a shiver rocked through, and an ache tightened in her muscles. A strange burning of embarrassment flushed her cheeks, and before she knew it, she was shuffling around like a shy schoolgirl collecting clothes and scissors, hair dye, and a palette of cheap makeup. Someone with something to hide, a sinner in a saint's robes. Georgia dumped her items on the counter, shoved her hand into her pocket, and fished for the wad of money she'd crammed into it before her daring escape. And it was almost perfect. She'd made it to the door before either of them woke from their drunken slumber to take a piss. Georgia dumped the money on the counter as the clerk scanned each tag and dropped them carelessly into a bag. She checked over her shoulder and ran her hands down her drenched pants. They'd catch up with her soon if she didn't get moving again. The bus stop was a mile away, and that'd get her back to her dad's house in a couple of hours. Your change, the clerk said again, awkwardly jangling the coins in his palm, the bills folded and perched between his fingers. Right, she rasped, snatching the money and bag in a hurry. Is there a bathroom here? There's one on the sandwich shop down the road, he said, thumbing to the side. Great, thanks. Georgia kept her gaze low as she turned around and made her way toward the door. Hey, miss, the clerk called out. Aren't you Darlene's kid? Darlene Thompson? She stopped. Her ears rang as she stared at the floor. Drips from her hair splashed in the puddles her feet made when she'd first come in. Darlene Thompson? She turned slowly, her brow pressed in as if she didn't know the name, as if she'd never heard something so absurd as to be associated with that crack whore woman who'd holed herself up years ago and slept on a sweat stained mattress, blowing men for a little snow on a summer's day, as if she'd never had the name Thompson. No, she said. You look just like her daughter. I think her name's Grace or Gloria or something. Well, I'm not her. What's your name then? Georgia, she said quietly and rocked back on her heels. Powell. The clerk nodded, making a mental note as if he intended to see her again. He wouldn't, and neither would anyone in the forsaken town she'd never wanted to live in, but that was what happened when old judges in courtrooms decided what was best for a kid without even asking them what they wanted. Dad got Ian, and Mom got Georgia. No one was happy with the arrangement, especially not Darlene. The selfish bitch wanted both the kids, and hell knew what she'd do if she had them. And after 5 hard years of custody fights, Dad ran out of money, and the court split up the children. It was for the best, they said through their teeth. Both would have the opportunity to live with the parent of the same sex, raised to be the best they could be by the parent most similar to them. Fair was fair, right? Georgia huffed as she went back into the night rain, hugging the bag close to her chest in hopes of keeping everything dry. The sandwich shop door chimed as she shuffled in and made straight for the bathroom. There was no one behind the counter, and the old couple in a booth were too busy eating to have noticed her squelching sneakers or the squeak they made on the floor as she pivoted on her toes and disappeared behind the bathroom door. With a quick turn of the lock and thump of the bag on the floor, she fell against the door and breathed out. The stale fan whirred. The ringing in her ears deafened the muffled voices on the other side. A shiver danced along her spine. Would they call the cops? Georgia shoved back from the door and crouched beside the bag, digging out the scissors and dry clothes first. She went to the mirror, grabbed a chunk of her hair, and cut it off. Then another, and another. It looked like shit. Her bangs fell clumped and crooked, almost as much as the bits dangling on the sides. She drew a part down the middle and grabbed the box of hair dye. It popped open with ease, and she poured it over the left half of her otherwise pale hair. Then she took the other bottle, a bleaching agent, and dumped it over the right half. It'd make it almost white, blue and white. She stared in the mirror as the dyes settled. Hopefully, it would stick in wet hair long enough to make it home, unrecognized by the nightmares she evaded, the men her mother sold them to for the sake of her addictions. 20 minutes, she said to herself, checking the box. The dye dripping on the sink dribbled down in a deep indigo. The bell at the front of the store chimed, and familiar voices soon followed. Her fingers tightened around the edge of the sink. Icy fear climbed up her throat. She knew them, and they'd found her. Here, she looks like this, one said to the attendant. No, I haven't seen her, the girl replied. Who are you looking for? The old man from the booth cut in. Georgia shut her eyes and turned on the water and dunked her head, blocking out their conversation. As fast as she could, she rinsed the bleach and color and checked the mirror. It was a terrible patchy dye job, but at least she looked different, more or less. She gulped and stripped off her clothes, threw them in the bag, and pulled on the new set. A tunic and some leggings she'd never choose for herself under any other circumstance. She smeared on eyeshadow and rubbed eyeliner into place as if she'd been out partying all night. Taking a deep breath, she dumped the makeup and dye boxes into the trash and unbolted the door. That's her, the old man confirmed as Georgia stepped out. Her heart stopped as the two men, cell phone held out toward the couple, turned to look at her. Their eyes met, and in an instant she knew. The lights flickered and her skin crawled. No matter what she wore or how she did her hair, they recognized her. They knew her plump cheeks and heart-shaped face, and the particular pout of her lips from the thousands of times they'd squeezed her to pucker and laughed like jackals before throwing her to the floor, before she shut her eyes so she wouldn't have to see what happened next. Georgia took a shaking step back, and a scream ripped through her soul but never passed her lips as the lights flashed and bulbs exploded, leaving them in sudden darkness. Her feet slapped against the floor amid gasps and confusion, and the door chimed. The bus stop was only a mile away. She could make it. The rain wasn't enough to stop her. She slumped in the seat, a puddle forming beneath her sneakers. Georgia shut her eyes. Every breath burned in her tight chest, yet she felt shivers of relief. The lights flickered off as the bus pulled away from the broken down shelter at the corner, abandoning the tattered town like a bad dream. She was free. That explains more than you intended. The bags behind her shuffled. The old woman's words came barely under her breath. You really should watch what you're saying before someone finds out too much. Mom, please, the other woman groaned. It's a baby shower, not espionage secrets. Do you want to let the cat out of the bag early? Scorn laced her voice like an ivy covered lattice. Think of what people will say. Georgia pulled her feet off the floor, bringing her knees to her chest. Secrets weren't ever supposed to be told. Secrets kept her safe. That's what Darlene Thompson spoon fed her alongside Valium and Clonopin in her Lucky Charms. Secrets were the only thing people couldn't take, as long as she never told them. George's eyes cinched tighter, her head rolling against the seat. The blue dye dripped onto her shoulder, cold from the rain. It was over. Darlene would wake up on her mattress at some point, and she wouldn't know her daughter was gone until someone came looking for her. No one was coming. No one ever came. Not the school, not the neighbors, not child services. But Dad called. He'd be waiting. Georgia was sure of it, and the small warmth of hope kept her chest from feeling half as cold as the rest of her. Her eyes eased open, and she stared out the window. The night raced by, flickers of street lamps flashed and were gone. By morning, early by most standards, she'd be nearly home, her real home, away from the broken windows and water stained walls, the filth covered futon and busted bed frame tucked into a walk in closet Darlene said was good enough. Soon she would be home, and a hug would only be a hug. There would be no knives at her back, no more bruised wrists or bottoms, no swollen feet or sore knees, and no more baggies of shut up and swallow for breakfast. Home, she whispered as sleep crept in. I'm almost home. Dun dun dun. Hard one.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need a minute. Um, Bitzer's calling for the duct tape.
um, here's the thing. This one is connected to the young boy with the clothes, lost his dad. Same author. Did anybody catch that when she was freaked out, the bulbs above started
Yeah, caught it.
shattering? I'm serious. Like this is giving me Young Marvels or
Harry.
Mutant X or Young Mutants. That was the other one. Um tell us something. Yeah, some tell us stuff something. Um but cuz God, what was the kid's name? Just let me scroll back
From
up
last
here.
week.
I got it. 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 Where is it? Um Colin.
Yeah.
It's like the bag popped and there was liquid all over the place. Like the water was just exponentially getting more because he was in an emotional state. And now we've got Georgia, who emotional state, light bulbs
Yeah.
exploding. Like, God, I love this shit. I hate what happened to the character, but I love this shit. That's as far as I'm gonna go because I will say too much.
Okay. Well, here goes the next spinny spin
We got
because we're making good time tonight.
We got we got ads.
Yeah, that's your thing.
Okay.
Submitter number 15.
Alrighty, pull that one up. There we go. And we got a bit of ads happening here. So I get to do the summary. Night, Arno. I still got because now that I've got the other things closed, I'm not getting the notifications. Oh, that's damn near. Hey, there we go. Brother's back.
Sorry, work text.
Yeah. Right. Next, emitter 15, which is last week's final submission. Oh, yeah. That one's not military time. I hadn't changed that one yet. Okay. Okay. I need to go do a quick. Be right back. A wee bit too much oxygen in my nicotine system. Unless you want to read it. Is that a hint? Give me a bunch of applause in the chat if you want Kesh to read one.
I think Izzy is wanting a break. It also kind of gives us a hint at how long the delay is, I think. Oh, there we go. More people applause, I'll do it. Oh, okay. There was three. I guess I'm reading. Okay. All right. Okay, everyone ready? Okay, so I'm going to assume that means everyone's ready. Oof. So, this one is called What Are You? Emma advanced quickly in the night, holding his hand, laughing and leading the way to her place. She felt strange for the first time she touched his hand, cold as death. He lied and said it was running in his family, bad blood circulation. The night had been interesting so far. He met Emma at the entrance of a bar, waiting in line, and they both ditched the party just 1 hour into the night. She was mesmerized, as humans tend to be about anything that is dangerous to them. Living at the feet of a volcano or next to rivers that would overflow every winter. So fascinated by death, they would invent all kinds of weapons, always more effective to kill each other, from muskets to cannons to the atomic bomb. Giles had seen a lot of death, with or without his own participation in it. That much he remembered. He was there when Joan of Arc liberated cities, that little girl whose only power was the sheer conviction of being sent by God. If people had known she was just completely crazy, or was she? After all, after all, himself was the proof that something can be damned to eternal life on earth. It is closer to what hell should look like. Others, humanity, they are hell, but sometimes they are paradise as well. Is that better? I'm going to assume yes. Okay, where was I? Emma. He always liked this name since he heard it first in his youth. Oh my God. Igufu of Normandy, as his preceptor called her in 1415 at the, oh my goodness, Mexico Castle. The same year his dad died, in the same year the Battle of Azincourt would have most of his relatives in age to fight to death, an unwilling pass. Okay, this is hard for me to read. Give me a second. Sorry. think it would have had most of his relatives in the age to fight to the death and unwillingly pass their domain to the young Giles. 5 years, 5 full years before he would kidnap his cousin Catherine and elope the medieval way in to some church outside of his domain. He was just 15 when he first got married, but due to her being his cousin and their family to be in bad terms, he had to wait. The Pope absolved them 2 years later of the crime of consanguinity, not that he had been waiting for it to become official for them to become officially married. Love felt more like lust at the time. He was mostly interested in his cousin because of how strong she looked, but she, on the contrary, felt love since they were infants and had been fantasizing about becoming some kind of princess just like in the fairy tale stories. That didn't happen. Giles would prove a terrible husband, more interested in his sadist hobbies than procreating, and what she thought would become a love story turned into a living nightmare of perversion and violence. Where's the- Giles would eventually conceive a daughter with her, but only 11 years later, well into their 30s. He didn't remember what happened to his daughter after that, but he did remember the blood during the delivery and would personally ask the physician tasked to help their daughter to be born to keep the placenta so he could taste it later. Ugh. He was not a vampire by error. He might as well have been predestined to be a vampire all his human life, evolving from a careless child into a remorseless killer, once kidnapping relatives and threatening to sew them into a bag and throw them into the lake unless they would sign away their domains to him. Giles was as bad as they come, and as Emma would soon learn, that aspect of him in a dr- would learn would soon see that aspect of him in a dramatic fashion. They arrived at Emma's place, a co-rental a few blocks down in Soho. She opened the door, still laughing, and threw her keys on the shelf on the right, and then noticed Giles waiting at the door, smiling and having both his hands against the walls. "What are you doing? Why do you wait there? You need an invitation, or why do you think I'm bringing you here?" She said in a half-joking manner, maybe realizing something. "I'm just old-fashioned, dear Lady Emma. Manners are everything these days," he replied, grinning. "Oh, so I got myself Prince Charming," she said, teasing him with a deep, flirty smile. "Well, you are laughing, but do I actually have noble blood? I do actually have noble blood, you know," he replied, still waiting at the door. "Is that so? You are going to tell me about it on the couch? Come on in," she finally said, freeing him to enter. "That couch?" he said, appearing right on it in an instant. Whoa, sorry, it disappeared. There we go. I'm not doing this good. I'm sorry. Okay. "That couch?" he said, appearing right on it in an instant. "Wait, what?" she said, confused as he appeared right against right next to her, holding her by the back and plunging his eyes into hers. "Don't be scared. You never had a fighting chance," he said simply. "I never had a fighting chance," she replied mechanically, repeating his words in a trance. He was inspecting her neck, and he thought about the morning, him under the sun craving for it. Maybe she would be a good first step at trying something, but for now he needed to eat. And her jugular and the tenderness of her white skin, her blonde hair gently falling behind her back, seemed too good an offer to pass. He plunged his teeth into her and fed, just enough to get some strength. She would be fine. Her blood was delicious. Her levels of iron were slightly above normal, which is something he particularly liked. A taste of home, back in his Celtic lands of France. After he'd finished, he told her to sit on the couch and decided to have a talk with her. He went to the kitchen and found some bread, toasted it, and opened the fridge and found some salted butter and strawberry jam. Spread it on the hot bread and made a coffee for her. Yelled, "How many sugars in your coffee, honey?" Like any serial killer would in this situation, she answered, "Just one," and brought it back and served her and told her to eat. "Okay, I would now like an honest conversation with you," he said after sitting in front of her. She took a deep breath, feeling the entire weight of Giles' control lifted from her, and said, "Wait, why didn't you kill me?" "Why would I?" "What are you?" she said, as white as a ghost from the blood drain. "I suck blood. What do you think? Is this real?" "It is absolutely a real. I allowed you to get a few words, but you are boring me now." She sat there, not knowing what to say, fearing to say anything that he wouldn't like, finally understanding that he wouldn't hesitate too long. She then took another big breath. "What can I do for you?" she said. "That's the spirit. I see, I have a problem in my life. The problem is that I have no reason to live." "That explains more than you intended," Emma answered. "Does it?" "I think it explains exactly as much as I intended. On the contrary. So, what you can do for me." Oh, excuse me. "Let me tell you, I want to try the family thing." "The family thing? What do you mean?" "I mean, would you be my wife?" She was visibly pissed, fuming even. "Dude, I have no idea what you're going to do with me, but understand this, you don't suck blood from me and force your mind on me and propose 1 minute later. I don't even know you. That's okay. I can tell you who I am." "You are missing the point entirely." He was visibly understanding much of what the blood bag was saying. He had no idea getting a wife was so complicated. "Okay, so I see I upset you. It's my fault, probably," he said after a moment. "You bet it's your fault. A few minutes ago, you were adorable. I would have taken you on the sofa right there and then. Wait, did you make me feel like that?" "Yes, but no, not like you think." "Okay, so to answer your question, no, I don't want to marry you. You just sucked my blood." We duly noted, not sucking blood and then propose. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Please do not talk about that guy. We are not in good terms. She made a pause, trying to reconcile the situation as it was with reality, which wasn't an easy thing at the moment. "So you want a family, but can you even have kids?" She even ended up saying. "I don't know. I haven't been trying in a while." "What a pity," she said, looking at him as terrifying as he was. He was kind of cute still. She ended up explaining a bit more about what she was expecting, and he explained a bit of what he was, and they ended up talking the entire night like that until a point at which he realized he had to go back home to his coffin. He asked for her phone number without compelling her, and she gave it to him. As he closed the coffin on himself that morning, instead of thinking about the sun, he would think about her. What a peculiar creature, both frail and inexplicably strong. He had to know more. Dun dun dun.
Okay, I was disturbed by this story last week. I'm even more disturbed about it now. It's a little bit more comical this week than it was last week. So I mean, I'm gonna give the submitter that. But like, who proposes? Apparently, a vampire.
Yep.
Um,
Evidently he does.
I'm thoroughly concerned.
Well, no more than six going. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my couch, so bang me, maybe. It's like there's,
What? Did
and then I turn around and went six. I mean, not wrong, but damn.
was that something said? Because I missed
It
that.
in the side chat
Oh,
or
wrong
in the chat.
wrong mouse. Mouse. Come on, wake up, mouse.
Squeak, squeak.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
Um,
And I'm sorry, but the utter disregard for the person in front of them going, I don't know, I kind of tuned out at what the blood bag was saying. And I'm sitting there like, dude, I hope she does marry you so she can stake your ass.
I mean,
He's kind of bringing that on himself if it does happen.
if we remember Giles from last week, the fact that he's looking out over the city and going, why do they still keep on living? I don't understand. There's no point to it all. What makes them tick? What make I don't there's no point. He's got no humanity left. None.
Sticks makes a good point. Maybe he's into that. I mean, let's not yuck people's yums. I don't know.
Uh,
No, this one I'm going to yuck the yum. I'm
yeah,
going to definitely yuck that yum.
consent is sexy. Period. Full stop.
Okay. Well, while we're debating that one, let's roll.
Uh huh.
No. Uh,
Oh, that's the
what happened? Wait.
Smitter 5.
Okay, so move two.
okay.
Submitter.
Okay. Can we
Right.
go back to doing it?
You want to finish your bread first?
I mean, I can. I don't know.
It also says we've got an ad starting in just over 4 minutes.
Ugh. That must have been one of the times that I missed something in turning on my phone. I'm glad I missed the placenta thing. I'll have to go back and read it, but oh,
It's very vampire.
It's very disgusting.
Yes. But there's like those granola moms who do that type stuff though. So
yeah,
I All right, you want to switch?
Okay. Ugh. Yes, exactly, Bitzer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sticks. I'm so unbothered. I'm going to go get a muffin.
Well, as long as it's not red velvet, we should be fine.
Cash, Cash was drinking at that moment.
Sorry!
You good?
Breathe! Not through your nose.
Was she drinking from a blood bag?
I mean, I was kind of thinking a bran muffin, but you know, that's.
God, it hurts.
Well, yeah, when you're drinking liquid death, that ought to burn.
And especially if it comes out your nose.
Pre sun blood, anyone?
Well, Capri Sun did have like the blood orange
They
for there for a
did.
while,
The
and
blood
then
orange
they took.
one was, oh, so good.
I was so pissed off when they took that one off the market.
How,
We've got so many we've got so many jokes going on right now. Okay, back to the.
Ooh, and then I happened to find a recipe for adult Capri Suns. Blood orange drink pouches. I really need to have enough money to throw an alcohol party. Mm.
All converging on Izzy's house to play cards and drink.
Yup, yup, yup. Okay, I'm not part of that fandom, apparently, because I have no idea what they're going on about. Y'all should have seen me in Green Bay. I was fucking lit, and yet I could still walk a straight line. I shocked the fuck out of the two of these. This one knew all about it. But these two, those two. Oh gosh. Okay, I am so I that's okay, Baldur's Gate 3. That makes some sense because it sounded familiar, but I have not been in the world of Forgotten Realms in quite a while. I think the last time I played a Baldur's Gate was on your monster of a desktop computer at the base of the stairs. I know.
Could that even run Baldur's Gate?
Yeah. It was laggy, it was bogging down, but yeah, it played it because my oldest spawn's father and I played that and Might and Magic. I want to say 2 or 3, might have been Might and Magic 4, but we managed to get Baldur's Gate 2
to run.
Yeah.
But you remember when the computer sat,
Yes,
like,
I
at the
remember the
base of the yeah, that's and that was a couple of decades ago.
Yeah, that's probably why I don't remember it. I've like drank and slept since then.
Yeah, well, if you woulda stayed out of my V8 splash, we woulda been all good.
Mhm. Are you saying that's what was responsible for my blackouts in my 20s and 30s?
No.
Oh my
Just
god.
FYI, don't open a V8 splash room temperature and leave it sitting by your papa san for 3 fucking days where your roommate can find it all fermented, drink some of it, thinking it was only opened that morning, and then tries to drive to work.
I feel funny.
She did. She came up to me because we worked at the same place, and she came up to me coming in for 3rd shift while I was getting ready to go home on the 2nd shift, and she goes, "I feel funny." And I go, "Well, what did you eat or drink?" "Well, I had a sandwich, and then I had some of your V8 Splash." And I turned on her and I go, "Which V8 Splash? Did you drink the V8 Splash that was by my couch, or did you drink the one upstairs in the refrigerator?" "Well, the one by the couch." "Honey, that's fermented. That is alcoholic now at this point. What do you suppose I got drunk on last night?" She's
What are you
like,
talking
"Oh."
about? All V8s for alcoholic. What are you talking about?
Yes, but please remember that we were, like, 19. V8 Splash wasn't that old.
Yeah, we drink at 19.
No, oh, no, I know. I know. I'm just saying that we weren't exactly wise to the ways of the world.
I'm also just giving you shit. So
Oh, I know. See? Doc's got the right thing. Yes. I told Will he needs to make me Jello shots because I don't know how to make them. Yes, Everclear. God, do not tempt me to go over there and drink some of it from the sorry. Okay, on my end, ad is gone. Everybody good? No? Too bad. Here we go. I woke up on a cold metal table. I tried to move and realized I was strapped to it. My head felt fuzzy. How did I get here? I thought. Then I slowly started to remember. I was working on tearing down a barn near the woods that backed my land. Everything started after I inherited my great grandfather's farm. I had to have the land surveyed to ensure the barn was actually on my property. It needed to come down. I was worried about someone or something getting trapped inside and harmed or worse, killed. Once I found out that it was my barn, I took Grandpa's trusty horse and a wagon back to the barn that set so far back on the land, the forest was starting to reclaim it. I decided that I would camp out there at night instead of heading back to the house just to make it easier to get there and work. It was on the 3rd day that I noticed that there was a root cellar under the barn while I was pulling up the rotting floorboards. Well, I better get that filled in so none of the animals get caught down there, I said to myself. It took a lot longer than I thought it would to get the stupid door open, mainly because it wasn't just a wooden door. It was a thick metal door. But once open, I realized this is more than just a simple root cellar. This was something more insidious. It looked more like a science lab you would see in a movie where the mad scientist would work. The walls were made of the same thick metal the door was made of. There was a table in the center of the room with a large light above it. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust. "What was Grandpa doing down here?" I said, looking at all the jars of mysterious goo on the shelves that ran along every wall. I took a closer look at the jars. They didn't look like canned vegetables or anything edible. It looked like organs. They were preserved for some reason. I decided that it would be best just to leave it as is and seal the door shut. When I left, I made sure to make it nearly impossible to open it again. I covered the entire area with rocks and dirt before I headed back to the house. I was happy that I got the barn down and most of the debris burned off, that the area was safer. But I could not stop thinking about that cellar under the barn area. I went out to walk the land as the sun started setting. I ended up back out there, making sure I did cover it well enough no one would know it was there. I was walking back to the house by flashlight since it was dark by that time. The farm was eerie at night. I felt like something was watching me. Once I got back to the house, I decided to take a shower and go to bed before I freaked myself out too much to sleep. After I got dressed, I crawled into bed and hoped I would fall asleep quickly. When I finally fell asleep, I dreamed about that room. I was standing off to the side while Grandpa was elbows deep in a body. Everything was covered in blood, more blood than that body could hold. Where did all this blood come from? I asked him. Don't worry about it, he said. Soon yours will be added to it. And that's when I woke up on this table. I started to panic. It can't be Grandpa. He's dead, I thought, but I still struggled to get free. It's no use. You will not get free. I froze when I heard the voice. Grandpa, I whimpered. I heard him walk closer to the table. When I saw him, I couldn't speak. He was covered in blood like the dream. I tried to scream but couldn't. You can't scream, honey. I'm surprised you were able to get Grandpa out, he said, patting my shoulder with his bloody glove covered hand. I tried to ask him why I was there, but nothing came out. You can't talk. I gave you something to paralyze your vocal cords, he said, moving a tray over that had blood covered tools. I'm sorry I have to do this, but you got too noisy. Tears were rolling down my face. I still tried to beg for my life, knowing I couldn't. I wished you wouldn't have torn down the barn, he said, rearranging the tools on his tray. And it took me nearly 2 days to unjam the door. Luckily, I had another way in so I could push it from down here. I wiggled and tried to work the restraints loose, but it was no use. I couldn't get loose. I cried harder, knowing I was going to die. I guess I could tell you my little secret now, since you will not be telling anyone, Grandpa said, turning to me. I am the reason people have gone missing and never found. He smiled. I enjoy cutting into living people and watching the pain come across their face. He looked like he was reminiscing on good times. Once they are no longer breathing, I chop them up and cook them. He gestured to the jars. I save them and eat 1 jar a day.
Oh, damn.
Oh, grasping, grasping at the remnants of my sanity. Please hold. The Izzy is buffering.
The veto button. Am I the asshole? At least I wasn't drinking for that one.
Um,
I thought my Luna, I thought my stories were dark. Sticks. Oh, come on. I just finished eating. Luna, I'm still eating. Yeah, Amita is a moth in the archive.
Oh,
But at the same time, am I the asshole kind of works too.
okay.
Okay. Okay. Wait. He turns back to me. But the police are getting too close, and I had to disappear. He picked up a nasty, bloody saw. So I faked my death and left the farm to you. Unfortunately, you got too nosy and found my room. I looked at him with so much fear. I never felt this scared of him. He was my grandfather, but he was a monster. He chuckled. Well, I guess I explained more than I really needed to. The last thing I remember was the feeling of the saw as it cut into my thigh. The done.
Yikes. Ooh.
My legs hurt. My legs hurt. Oh, damn. You sly dog. You caught me monologuing. Cutting me off? We have some dark ass fucking humor in this joint.
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Kind of like
Uh-huh.
poor Jimmy is like traumatized over here.
Mhm.
It was like, gosh,
Now, on top of that, there is another layer to this of our shock, which you all will find out February 1st. Okay.
I guess I'm really not going to bed tonight.
My
And you know
tummy
what?
hurts.
She likes Dexter, but it was never told from the fucking person, the
The
person
victims.
point of view.
Ay, ay, caramba. Ay, ay, ay.
I Poppy, but
Patrick! What? How is Grandpa preparing that leg syrup or?
oh my god.
Now, here's the crazy thing, right? Middle Spawn's girlfriend is still over. She wakes up really, really early in the morning, so she fell asleep on it. No big deal. Whatever. Here's the thing: they apparently fell asleep watching Wally.
Oh god.
So now I already have French toast in my brain because I cannot think of Wally without thinking of the fact that it was a fan fiction. French toast. And now we have an author who
They do another people
she
know.
inherited the farm from her grandpa. She started tearing down a dilapidated barn, but found a mad scientist
lab underneath, and then she woke up strapped to a table with her vocal cords paralyzed,
Paralyzed.
and her grandpa is over her talking to her, and then he does the evil villain monologuing thing, and starts talking about how I'm the reason that there are so many people who disappear around here and have never been found. See, I like cutting into living people and watching the pain flash across their eyes, and then when they're no longer living, I cut them up and I preserve them in the jars, and then I eat a jar a day. You're next, and starts cutting into her thigh. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So we're all tripping.
Bruh is right.
We're all tripping. Eh,
I'm sorry, you're never gonna get away from teenage boys.
oh my God, Luna!
I mean, fair. No, I know. I know.
Oh my
He's
God!
conscious.
And then Patrick's sitting here. Oh my. Okay.
Nope, that was my.
Oh my God, this is
Yeah,
great.
no,
Our
that was my
comment
thought.
section is like lighting the fuck up, and they're talking about recipes, essentially, and methods of preparing the meat. Oh my God!
Chicken. Oh my god.
I mean, it does kind of sound like our horror queen. Oh, and her cotton candy coat and French toast. It does sound like her in a manner.
Okay, last roll.
Last roll. Well, that means who's left?
Hold on. I had to
Or
do it
oh, we
just.
got.
Yeah, two
Mm-mm.
left.
Well, then just read it out, you.
Yes, but I wanted the applause and everything like that.
Oh, you wanted the sound effects. Got it. Got it. Got it.
Yeah, we needed the sound effect. Submitter 16.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. Well, I love this very first trigger warning: excessive cursing. I'm sorry. Have you met me?
she uses fuck as punctuation sometimes. Like,
I do. It's an exclamation. It's a question. It's a comma. George Carlin and his 7 words you can't say all the time.
Would anyone like some tea on this terrifying January night?
Oh, especially since trigger warnings, excessive cursing, blood, death, small reference to sexual misconduct, brief use of a gun. Would I like tea? No, I'm going to stick with my Dr. Pepper. Thank you.
Would you like
yeah, sure.
any specific flavor?
Um, the cinnamon sounds good actually. Yeah, for a cold night because it's supposed to be snowing tonight.
Yes, Sticks, the line is much further than you thought it was.
What do you mean by the line?
The line, like how much, like where's the line that we will stop at and go, no, this is not appropriate.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So, as far as the violence goes, Kesh here had a story where a guy was being tortured and things were happening to his nether regions that made me cross my legs in twinge and pain. And we cut it off. We stopped it. That's where that line is. Very specifics is a line. And then we also, stopped and, with Stavros's one night because it got a little, triple X rated, and got a little uncomfortable there. So, basically, right up to that line, right right up towing it, we're good because now we have serial killer grandpas
cutting into living people's thighs with a nasty bloody saw.
They did it better.
I don't know. Your description had me covering my private parts as though it was happening to me, and I don't have one. I had a phantom pain for something I have never had.
It was unresolved feelings, okay?
No, I get it. I understand.
And I
Yeah, I mean, the graphic use and violence against. Yes, graphic use and violence against those body parts is the hard line. Allusion to things. uh, It's all right. It's all right. Graphic and explicit. Mm. Yeah, it did work. That made my stomach turn. Leon says, I mean, half coagulated string of blood from murder weapon to skull gash was my first real submission, and it worked. Yeah, yeah, he was able to get away with that. It was a single line in a thing, and I was like, oh my God. Now, please remember, I have now several times referred to Leon as the male version of me. And we've seen what has come out of Leon's brain in his submissions. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, Sticks, please don't say never. Okay. Obviously, we all got a lot of things going on and whatnot, but please understand, we are totally here for you. And your submission uh, back in December had me in the grip, and I only hype what I love. Anybody here can tell you, like, if I really enjoy something, I will not stop talking about it, or it lives rent free in my brain. And so, if ever anything that you guys are working on, uh, and one of the prompts just kind of fits in it, it's like, ooh, that would be a perfect line for this, or hey, that's right up my alley with my story. Feel free. Don't sit there and limit yourself, um, because I mean, it took about a year, year and a half of a bunch of people like writing. There may have been some threats. There may have been some bullying. And now I'm writing books. Okay, I've always been the voracious reader and like and I dabbled with writing, but I could never get the momentum and um so I will continue to hound people to say when are you writing again? When are you submitting again? When do I get to hear your stuff again? I will continue to do that. Just it, y'all's books are here, and I'm missing some author names on this shelf.
Izzy, Sticks
Huh?
has got a point.
What?
You're squirreling.
I know, but that's because I knew the ad was upcoming.
Ah,
stick subscribe.
I know. See, there we go. Thank you. See, Luna is in agreement with me. Bitzer is in.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. And yes. Okay, did I manifest Kesh the summer before senior year? Yes. I did. She's mine. She's mine.
Damn.
But that's neither here nor there, right? Really connected with, Julie too. Julie and Aries, mine. Patrick and his puppy dogs, mine. Right? This is just who I am, right? So wrong me or one of mine, and please remember that there's a reason it may bug me just a wee bit that Leon is the male French version of me, and we all know what comes out of his brain. Pip,
Hello,
lovely
Pip.
Pip.
Hello, Pip.
Yeah. See, we are encouraging.
We are encouraging licking and claiming.
Yes.
And biting and scratching are still on the table.
Aw. Bitzer K has borrowed your "I licked you, you're mine now" for a chaos god. I am a chaos god!
Yeah, but we knew this.
Yes. 20-year-old Game Master Izzy always told my player characters, I am the almighty goddess of your puny little character's world.
I beg to differ, Trisha. You are claimed.
Yes, Trisha is very much claimed. She's been claimed since the original TikTok days. There's a reason she is the person with the first prompter status, when technically Julie's the first prompter with her 54321. But it's your brainchild, so sorry. Um, um, okay. N- Um, mm, that's something I would have said. Yep, definitely, definitely my younger brother from another mother and many states away. Okay.
Luna loved your growl. It was Chef's Kiss
You're welcome.
saying that from the metalhead.
Yeah, my kid wants me to get into baby metal now, and I said, absolutely fucking not.
Oh, but baby metal is
Don't start with me, woman. Getting unhinged, Bitzer? Getting?
We're always unhinged. Give me chocolate.
Just keep giving me vicious villains and control freaks. Not mean girls. Quit, y'all. Quit with the fucking mean girls. Quit with the motherfucking mean girls. Give me villains that I can sink my teeth into. Yeah, I'm with Doc. We had a hinge? Look, you're all friends with me and or came into her comments and was like, "Ooh, Izzy, crazy," and stuck around. So therefore, if I had never had a hinge, I don't think you guys do either. Yep, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yep, right. I'm right there with you, Doc. Okay. Bitzer says ad gone. Does any. Okay, hold on. There we go. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. If you can see the light bar and not hear my voice. Okay. Neep. Neep. Oh, yeah. I already like the attitude and stuff from the stuff that I've read thus far. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Last submission of the evening, and please remember we will have a summary judgment in the January Fresh Ink channel. Don't forget we also have the channel information channel. The only messages in that channel are ones with direct jump links to channels that may disappear off your side and threads that may disappear off your side. And so you can always go there and jump, click, and they do also have descriptions. Please make sure that you're putting the things in the appropriate channels so we don't get messy and have to go deleting things. Okay, ready, Freddy?
Hell yeah.
Oh, yes. William picked this
That is
up on
fantastic.
his trip to Oregon. It is a mug shaped like a cauldron. And it has 3 legs.
That is Death on the Nile.
And
Okay.
is serving Auntie Kesh the tea that is inspired by Agatha Christie's Death on the Nile. You can't. They asked me for it. I was going to buy it anyway, but they asked from the catalog, can we get this one? And I'm like, I'm so proud. My bookish children. I look out over the dying sunlight from my rooftop haven. It's a small balcony, and my open window carries the breeze inside, the curtains gently blowing inward. As much as I adore my group, and as much as I despise my thoughts when I'm alone, sometimes being isolated does help. Probably because you don't have to feel guilty every time you look at Lance, and phantoms feel less terrifying here. A bitter chuckle trembles from my lips, and I huddle closer into myself, my shoulders hunched, and my knees touching my chest. Lance is the easier of the 2 issues to deal with. Keep up appearances until we get a moment to talk whenever we slow down. The other thing, though, Mother's phantom is one I would love to keep close. This stifled air becomes frigid, as though in response to my thoughts, as though death itself is stalking me. Then the hairs on the back of my neck stand at full attention. Unclench your jaw, Leggy. You're wound tighter than a snake during mating season. The chuckle that follows is quiet, as warm as a hug from 2 lovers after a long absence. Ass. I'm not horny, Trey, just tired. Tracy, Trey for short, is roughly 6 inches taller than me. Not that my 5'7" is anything to sneer at. He has black grayish hair that curls delicately at the nape of his neck, rich mocha skin, and his build is muscular, with his stomach protruding a few inches from his waist. His most prominent feature is his striking green eyes, which are the greenest I'd ever seen, including my own, like captured summer leaves swirling in the breeze. But they're also haunted, just like the rest of our group, a pervasive hanging shadow. Well, that makes sense. He climbs through my window with a grunt, his back resting against the wrought iron railing that ensconces my little outdoor nook. This makes, what, 8 nights of no sleep for you? I wince, every cell in my body throbbing at once because of the grueling schedule for our hunts and me not taking time to rest. And the nightmares not fucking off didn't help. I look away on a sigh, explaining 9 nights, bad dreams, and I do sleep, just not as much as I would like to. I smile crookedly, playfully advising, "You shouldn't make a habit of sneaking into the bedrooms of young maidens." Trey snorts. "Please. If you're a young maiden, I'm as straight as an unfired arrow." That forces a painful laugh from my throat, and I show him my favorite bird thanks to my right hand. Prick. He never fails to lift my mood. "And you know this." His smile lessens without disappearing completely. "Bad dreams will show you no mercy, especially because of the business we're in. But you know you don't have to try and beat Gavin's record, right? Stayed up for 2 weeks straight after he couldn't save that little girl from that monster." My heart hiccups behind my ribs. I remember those 2 weeks all too vividly. Gavin, our leader, would wake up in a cold sweat, screaming apologies at fleeting shadows. It took Vela, Gavin's younger sister, Lance, and Mirren, Lance's visiting friend, to calm Gavin. He couldn't sleep alone, and no matter how many sleeping pills he'd ingested without overdosing, he'd still wake up a few hours later to do it all over again. Even though he's much more well rested these days, he still clutches at his chest during quiet moments and before hunts, and when the lingering ghosts show in his gaze, he always excuses himself and demands solitude. Well, that's why we hunt. We do our best to ensure that no one ever suffers the same way, if we can. My words sound hollow to my ears, even if I'm assured of their legitimacy. I clench my fist in an effort to ward off a sudden wave of spiraling helplessness. Will it always be like this? This life? No sooner than this thought touches my fucking gray matter than the hunting alarm sounds. Shit, this is the closest those bastards have struck to sunset. Trey hustles through my window and extends a hand to assist me. Looks like they're wising up, or just not giving a fuck. We race through the halls, down the grand staircase, and into the open parlor where our surveillance equipment is set up. Trey beats me to the controls first, hitting buttons that silence the alarm and shows where tonight's target is going to be. Westbrook and Chesterfield downtown, First Central Blood Bank. Because of fucking course, I groan, rolling my eyes. 3 of them, as far as the building's cameras have caught. Besides you and me, who's on? I grab the go bag from our small standing armory and check ammo, guns, bows, arrows, the works. Gavin is out of it. Vel's watching over him. Lance? I suppress a gag while slipping on my protective gear, mixed brass and silver knuckles included. Kissing ass to secure more funds from our generous benefactors. Uh, Leggy? That tone says more than you intended. Smirk tips up a corner of his mouth as he suits up himself, meaning I don't have to explain myself further. It's no secret about my distaste for those who provide funds for us. So long as nothing gets too out of hand with our hunting and those pulling the strings don't overstep into our business, I know how to keep my mouth shut. Hating the roiling in my gut, I ask, "Where's Trace?" As though I'd conjured her up, second Trace, storms through one of the double doors. "Y'all know what I hate about men." She chucks her handbag to the left near the stairs. Her heels follow soon afterwards. "That we have a pulse," Trey grins. "Ha ha, asshole. No. The entitlement. And this one," she pulls up short, misted, deep brown eyes and smudged lipstick on display. "We got a hit?" Her blonde bun is slightly askew, loose strands stuck to her mascara stained cheeks. Her blue blouse is wrinkled and her skirt is a little crooked. Yeah, but not as hard as we're going to hit the fucker who left you looking like that, Trey snarls, all humor fleeing. I like Trey. I want to lick him and keep him. Okay, anyway. My rampaging heart matches the anger on Trey's face. Oh, he's going to pay. Don't worry about it. Trey sniffles. Her eyes are puffy and her nose is red and swollen. This mission is exactly what I need to blow off steam. Besides, my knee gave his balls a proper response. I mean, he deserved it, but ow. Strap up then, one for each of us, Trey encourages, unable to subdue his rage. Trace breezes past me to strip down to her bra and panties. She throws on her protective uniform and selects her Glock and silver hollow point bullets, giving a dark chuckle when she tucks her weapon in her thigh holster. Trey makes sure to maintain eye contact with me the entire time. Brandon Laxley, I whisper, indicating the name of Trace's date. I know where the son of a bitch lives. At Trey's nod, I step away and swipe the truck keys from the front door hook, dangling them. I'll drive. The hell you will. Between your sleeplessness and Trace being pissed off, I'm not in a dying kind of mood this evening, thank you. You can leave the message for Gavin Vel. Focus. One deep breath in, hold it for 13 seconds. Focus. One long exhale, listening to my pounding heartbeat. You've got this, Allegra. Nothing you haven't done 100 times before. No coffee and no sleep are a bad combo for a hunt, but I know I can keep a clear head without it. At least just long enough to exterminate 2 of these monsters and capture the third. We've parked a few blocks away to remain inconspicuous. Jogging proves to be the best move, but I'm hypervigilant, too aware of everything. The heated wind is too hot across my skin. The dulled lights may as well be spotlights. The smell of copper and rotting flesh covered by perfume and cologne. My own blood roaring in my ears. Focus. Get it together. Get it done. I leave Trey and Trace to infiltrate the front, which is a piece of cake considering the doors are bashed in. The back is undisturbed, but it doesn't take me long to pick the lock. Crackling over my earpiece makes it feel like a bolt of lightning is pinging through my skull. Fuck! Should have turned it down. Get it together, Allegra. I rectify that mistake, making sure to inform my teammates that I'm inside, and I continue on, dropping my infrared goggles over my eyes. Blood squelches beneath my feet, and I cast my gaze in a wide arc around the room, over the rows of overturned canisters and storage containers. They couldn't have been here more than 10 minutes, and they've already done this much damage. This is simultaneously an excellent reminder of why we hunt and a disgusting waste of resources. The first one I see, it's eating my fists. A growling snarl somewhere between a bat screech and a hyena laugh sounds off, followed by 2 quick shots. One suck face down. Trace's voice comes over the comm. It's between you and Trey now, Lay. Who gets to haul away the captive? Over. Don't forget to drag the body back to the truck. We got burning to do afterwards. Trey reminds. Over. Heard, I say, keeping trained on my objective. Second to take one out, say so. Over. We always keep one alive for interrogation purposes. There's usually a nest or a coven or a horde or whatever they call it nearby the feeding site. The grouping name changes depending on who's doing the talking in the region. Not that it matters. They all end dead one way or another. Looking from the outside in, most people would probably think being a hunter, like in books and movies and TV shows, is badass. The weapons, the tech, the fighting for truth and justice and peace, blah, blah, blah. I should know. I was one of them. Young, doe eyed, naive. I won't deny that it does have its perks, but the novelty wears off a lot sooner than people think. 5 years in has left me wondering if it's all worth it, or if I'll ever find the answers I'm looking for. That hellish screech sounds from above me, and I'm just able to dive out of its strike zone before it can sink its claws into me. I'm soon covered in blood, and the room spins as my senses are kicked into overdrive. Finding my footing is hard to do because I keep slipping in the blood while trying to keep my eyes on the predator in front of me. Such a delectable meal you'll make, with your blood pumping in my veins. Avis vivata. From what I could tell, this one is female, over 6 feet, simple dress and milky skin. But her true form is hidden beneath the human facade, revealed upon her death. However, everything I've learned, everything I'm supposed to know to keep myself safe, goes out the window. That language, it's old and not used in common circles. I'm quite intimate with it. Although when I heard it last, it was spoken by a different person, the man I've been searching all this time for. His words keep me awake and haunt my conscious hours. The monster's life I'm going to end, even if it fucking kills me, and this one's going to tell me where he is. Lead with your best fang forward, bitch. Before I can even get into a fighting stance, I'm pushed back against the wall. I'm able to keep her at bay long enough to get a solid punch to the face, enough for a sizzling to sound off beneath her yowl of pain. Ave vet tova! Her claws dig into my biceps and I snarl, "Who do you work for?" I cross with a right, letting my anger and desperation take over. "Answer me!" Another blow, this one to her eye. Putrid obsidian blood pours from the wound, but I keep hitting. Her fangs are too close to my neck. One good bite and she'll fill me with her paralyzing venom. I can't let that happen. I need answers. You are a fighter. Good. It's no fun when the food doesn't fight back. I struggle to get one more hit off, catching her in her jaw just as my name fills the space. Allegra! Trace's shot is a clean hit, catching the bloodsucker in the shoulder. She punches me in the gut for good measure and spins to face Trace, her heaving shoulder oozing. Fine. You are my prey now. I slip to my knees as Trace lines up her headshot, my lungs battling my brain for dominance. Trace, no! My plea escapes 1 second too late, and my ears ring dully, thickly, like a bell underwater in the quiet aftermath. Lay! Trace runs over, supporting my weight while shining a light on the thing. I remove my goggles to see the bloodsucker's sickly, sallow flesh, ears tall, wide, ridged, like a bat. The bullet wound between onyx, featureless eyes, and 4 sets of dual fangs on the top and bottom jaws where the canines are supposed to be. The outer sets of fangs are longer than the inner ones. Older one, much older than the one I took out. Trace is horror-stricken, a shrill gasp escaping her, the gravity of the situation settling on her shoulders. Tears immediately outline her cheeks, and she trembles violently, a daisy in a hurricane. Lay, I'm so sorry. My earpiece crackles for the third time tonight, with Trey proudly announcing, Monster on my side has gone home to glory. Leggy, you're on interrogation duty. So close. I'd been so fucking close. As if the universe is sending one final fuck you to me, the abomination in front of us disintegrates into ash. Everything is a blur. The blood bank has been cleaned, all evidence swept away, videotapes erased, as though nothing had ever happened. Another perk. The bodies of the other 2 bloodsuckers are still burning in a barrel outside in the backyard. Lance returned about an hour after we did, both he and Gavin shouting, demanding answers. Trace and Trey had taken the heat while I had limped into a hot shower in a place so deep inside my mind that I was sure I couldn't even find me. In my room, I moved to my old music box, lifting the lid and allowing the familiar lullaby to consume me. Her ribbon stares up at me, waiting. Don't worry, Mother. I'll find the bastard who killed you and make him suffer. Dun, dun, dun. Oh my fucking god, I need more of this. Now, in my hand, now!
I'm thinking Blade.
Monster Hunters Blade. Blade Trinity.
That was fantastic.
Trinity Blood plus whatever. What? I. Now. So, submitter to 16. You're not allowed to quit. You're not allowed to quit on this. Oh my fucking god, I need it.
You might have to poke them in DM. Yeah, it was amaze balls.
Shit bowls, amaze bowls, like this. And I mean, everything was so good tonight. Like the layers of horror and the layers of the world building that everybody did, and the additional information we heard about recurring characters that we heard about last week. I mean, we've been doing it for so long now. Julie, myself, Patrick, yeah, Cash. We've all been like, you know what we're going to do, right? Every single week, unless we tell you it's a whole new story. And with this whole anonymous thing, you guys are pulling out all the stops. Every single last one of you is pulling out all of the stops. And Tizzy could not be more proud of you. And you're all mine. You're all protected. Mine. Okay, now that my, weird freak out is done, we need to roll for next week's prompt so that the person who wrote this and all the other ones that we read out tonight can get started on the next one.
Yeah, get started on next week's submissions.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm ready when you are.
Okay. Let me pull over there.
And this will be for the 17th. If you haven't been licked, don't worry. Give it time. Izzy will get around to licking you in a minute.
I thought that was implied with the "you are mine."
Well, yeah.
Licked. Licked. All of you. Licked. Mine.
You only really have to worry when she meets you in person and starts kicking your butt.
Yeah, that is the other thing. When anybody else kicks your butt, I'm gonna kick their butt.
Well, it actually all depends on why you're getting your butt kicked.
No.
Most of the time, it's because of the story.
No. Okay.
Because it was okay. Like flirting Kansas is in roughly what, 3 weeks?
4.
4,
3, 4.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
And if when our delightable Trisha meets our very interesting Patrick, and she walks over there and socks him in the arm, we can't blame her for that.
Oh no, but that's part of that's part of the group. Somebody outside the group.
Trisha's the sisterhood.
Therefore, that's allowed. But if somebody from outside the group decides to beat up Patrick, I'm going to kick their ass.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, outside the group, yeah.
Sticks. I'll be patient 0.
I'm pretty sure I'm immune.
Oh my god! I am so glad we are 6 years past the breakout that is no longer in completely poor taste.
It was
Well, it's
pretty
like
fucking hilarious then.
dude, that wasn't soon enough. Yeah, that's 10 days of isolation, and knowing Izzy, she's just gonna like put us all in blanket forts and then like lay over like we're her fucking horde.
I mean, not wrong.
But don't worry, at least one of us, or well, a couple of us, know how to cook, so we can keep the dragon at bay while she uses us as her horde. Would that be considered a symbiotic relationship?
10 days of isolation.
Oh my god.
Look,
Oh
I
my
don't.
god! See, this is what we're gonna have to do now because Sticks is in East Tennessee. So what we need to do is go rent a place, or go rent a cabin or something like a meet and greet type situation over in like Gatlinburg or Pigeon Forge, and then
He just needs
everything
to
that
drive up to
we'll
Central.
call it is the is the vacation.
Sticks just needs to drive to Central in March.
There we go.
Now there's also a thing. Okay, we are ready. So first number 27.
Hold on. I am responding to a DM.
There really are some nice places in Gatlinburg.
They know who they are. Okay. Okay, you said 26. Let me go back over here because
No,
you know
27.
27,
27.
57.
Why do you keep jumping it by numbers?
I don't know. Okay, you said 57, correct? 5.
27.
I asked 27 and you
No,
said
well, I said 27. You said 26. I said, no, it's 27. And then you said 57.
get your tongue out of your way and maybe you can talk straight today.
Luna even says he said 27.
You're also crackling. Okay, anywho, we say all of this in love and fun, and because we all
Crackling or
no crackling. The sound was crackling. That's why I kept. I'm the one cackling. Do we not remember that I am the crazy swamp witch who lives at the top of the hill with bats in the belfry?
And 7 feline tourists
Yes.
who don't pay rent.
The 7 furry sins, and not those furries.
The fact that we have to say that.
Oh, there's a 7 set of novellas, but we're not going that direction. We are going actually 7 deadly sins, not that. No, no, nope.
I said that would be an interesting series.
Uh-huh. Where the frick is the thing? Okay, there it is. God, I am fine. I am fine. I promise I am fine. But you all know me and you know that's not true. Sorry. I also did the whole K-pop Stray Kids rabbit hole this morning, and I am far more upset about that than I should be. K-pop.
Yeah, I know what K-pop.
I've avoided K-pop for as long as it's been around. Like, it's fine for a song here or there. No.
That's kind of
I'm still
shocking,
avoiding it like the plague.
considering it's boy bands.
Boy bands and girl bands, which is normally my bread and fucking butter.
Yeah,
Yes, I
that is
know.
very shocking that you don't
Have
already listen to that.
but Felix has no business being that pretty with that deep of a singing voice and that Australian accent. He's got no business, especially since he's 25. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not okay, but we're okay. Okay, so a relationship survives something it probably shouldn't have.
Okay. Starting first line. 77.
These are all almost too good. I woke up to the sound of my phone ringing, and the caller ID was a name I hadn't seen in years.
Okay. And finally, the dialogue. 88.
We've got dialogue being batted around in the comments.
Finally, our first prompt offering from Pack in the Readers.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Oh God.
Submitted by PA Power. You say that like I am supposed to be impressed. I've seen better men try. There we go. So they are in the side there.
Oh, it was a race between you and Sticks.
Sticks, y'all have got my back. I just love that.
Okay, starting poll now.
Oh, you already got it? Okay, well then I won't do
Yep.
it. Okay.
Obviously, we know where I'm going.
All right, we got 12 people in here. Let's roll.
Come on, somebody else vote for the concept. It's perfect. All got stuff that's perfect for.
Oh, I beat him. Yeah, I gotta say that I am absolutely impressed though by Sticks. Like as I am reading them out, he is flipping like typing them in dictation style and getting them 99.9999% correct. I'm copying and pasting on it. Oh, brother. Oh.
Okay, we got 14 people. Come on.
That don't impress me much.
We got 10 votes in.
Oh, so you're Brad Pitt? That don't impress me much.
Impress me much.
Oh, so you got a car.
Kind of guy who
That don't
kisses
impress
his car at night. I'm sorry. Okay,
Mm.
that one I feel really called out about because I've kissed my car goodnight before that song came out.
So you got the brains, but do you have the touch?
Leon, there's only 3.
Yes, a
You
time
know
machine in
Leon's
his
doing
house.
that on purpose.
Bitzer's not wrong. Styx has got to have a time machine in his computer tower because of being able to do that every time he shows up. Yeah, Brad Pitt never like I was impressed with his acting ability and then he fucked Angelina Jolie. And that's saying a lot.
Who says he wasn't acting?
No, I'm talking legitimately. Like and that's saying a lot because I actually have an ex who compared me to early Angelina Jolie. Come
All right, we got 11 votes in.
on. Did you set it for 5 minutes?
Yes.
Cool. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah,
You
nobody
got an
better
earworm
be
in my
trying to
head.
bark up
Thanks a lot.
sticks, Tree. It's fighting words.
Oh, I can approve.
There should be a like drop down menu at the top of the chat. Doc is saying they're not sure how to vote.
Yeah, there should be something that says "What's this week's?" question mark on your screen. If you're on mobile, right, it's
A little drop down
little drop down.
with an arrow.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Yeah, I know you're making excuses, Sticks. Better have voted at least. Even if you're not writing, vote for what you want to see us all write. Right?
Yeah, see
That's the whole thing. This is the audience participation portion of this night's festivities. And Stex is definitely making excuses because what he writes would be absolutely perfect and fine. And if he can throw one of the lines into what he is currently working on.
it squeaked.
Oh, it's been a long time since it's been that close.
It has.
Bitzer's quite happy that dialogue won.
Dialogue always.
But it only one by one. Literally one by one.
Those are some good ones. Those were some good
They are.
ones. They really, really were. And if you think that we did get like six or seven submissions, prompt ideas at Pack in the Readers, and yes, one was submitted by me, and yes, one was submitted by Patrick. There was somebody who decided to be anonymous, and there was another person who submitted one based off of Patrick and I's bantering across the tables, decided to take something from that and throw it in there. But there's some good ones. There's some really, really fucking good ones in there, one-liners, and I've just been waiting for 6 fucking months for them to be rolled up so that we can see them and hear them. And so this is our very first Pack in the Readers prompt. Yay!
And there's nothing saying that if you like the other ones, you can't use them
That is true.
or use them.
That is very, very true. The only one we definitely request, please try to get it in, is the official one. But if you ain't feeling it, you ain't feeling it. Sticks has a question.
That I don't know.
What do you mean, what bot? In which capacity? Because we are running on several different things. What bot?
For the prompts.
For the prompts?
For the prompts.
Oh, we've been collecting them. Sometimes we will go to various different search engines.
Chat, we don't have a bot.
Yeah, we do not have one. We have not gotten to that point where we needed one. You all have made it now possible and probable that we're going to have to get one for that, and that's above some of our pay grades. Please remember, I've been a lurker on Twitch for a couple of years. We just went live last April. And pretty much we only pop on Saturdays and sometimes Sundays. And now you guys are making it so that it's every Saturday and every Sunday. And so we've got some learning to do and some YouTube University to figure out how to do some of this stuff. And thankfully, we have the Stixopedia.
Oh, that's a good idea. I mean, there's a place
Oh,
in the chat or in the
in Discord.
but here would be a good spot too.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Stixopedia. Look, he comes up
All
with
right, guys.
Isolation. I'm coming up with Stixopedia.
Well, we've been roughly live for about
4 or 5 hours.
almost 4 hours with the 3 hour or with the 30 minutes set before we actually started anything.
On it.
Leon?
So,
Leon. What might be easy for you isn't always easy for everybody else. And when people say that there's nothing to it, it's pretty easy, it's actually kind of downplaying other people's insecurities about things and making them feel this big, like they're dumb and stupid because they don't know this shit. So, just please understand, not everybody has the same kind of coding knowledge or knows where to go for this kind of stuff and what's the good ones and what's the bad ones and what's going to fuck up your stream and what's not. And it does take a little bit of research. Thank you. All right, you've heard it first here. We have PA Power as submission for our dialogue for next week. You say that like I am supposed to be impressed. I've seen better men try. And of course, tomorrow morning I will attempt to get the lovely Oh,
newsletter.
by the way, y'all didn't catch it, right? We forgot to mention the fact that Char's birthday challenge, which by the way, tomorrow is her birthday.
Oh.
Okay, tomorrow is Char's birthday. And so she's got the thing. An epic fail of some kind should be led up to or depicted, and the characters are dealing with the aftermath of this epic fail and its consequences. And yeah, the cutting into the thigh sounds like a pretty great failure to get away. Wanted that image rent free in all of your minds as you go to bed tonight. Okay, I don't know what numpty is. Oh wait, never mind. Context is important.
Okay. Anywho's, like I said, we've been at this for a while. So we're gonna go. If we don't have anything else going on, we're gonna go ahead and head out.
What else we got? We covered tomorrow. It's 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. Adjust your times accordingly. We'll read out the last 8 anonymous for the weekend. The summaries of what we've read out tonight are in the January Fresh Ink. We'll get the newsletter out to written up and prepped for after show tomorrow. And you can come to any of us. You only, especially for writing advice, we're not just about the prompt show. It's all about lifting each other up and encouraging you to write, whether it's for our prompt or otherwise. So, and then we've also got Track Bear. You don't even have to go all into it like what I do, where it's keeping track of my separate projects or the drafting or the editing. Just create a generic project, and at the end of every day, put your total word counts in. We are already at, before airing, just under 71,000. And during the beginning of this stream, Bitzer went and wrote some things to get us over that 71,000. And that's
Yes, we're sitting at right now 71,201 words.
Yep. Which means in 10 fucking days, we're 30K away from 100,000 as a writing group. And there are some of you who have not signed up to just add in your word totals. We are a writing group. We are a writing family. We bounce ideas off of each other. And I don't even have to look at the chat when this one is sitting next to me, because she's guffawing at what's in the chat. So now I got to go look.
Any bahoozles.
Two lefts don't make a right. You got to make 4.
Technically 3 if one's a roundabout.
I know, it was also a math joke.
Bump.
Go west, young man. Haven't you been told California's full of women, whiskey, and gold? All right, do your outro.
Okay. Let Julie's sleep. Julie is fine. Julie's eyes are killing me though. All right, guys. Don't add it to the population. Don't subtract from the population. If you get your ass arrested tonight, I'm gonna laugh at your ass, but call one of us. We might have to play. Otherwise, be brave, be bold, but always stay humble. We will see you tomorrow night. Same bad time, same bad channel.